Hello and welcome to another Distorted Reflections Yeti Weekly. We're just before Ascent Boston, and we're here casting today. I am PerfectKalcium alongside one of my co-hosts, Clem. How are you today, Clem?
I'm good. I'm excited for what people are bringing. If today's gonna be more of like a spicy deck kind of meta or a preparing for Boston competitive meta game.
I think we'll probably see a bit of both, right? Like if your deck isn't a surprise, I think we're gonna see we're gonna see some people practicing their lines, and if not, they're just gonna have some fun, bring out some really cool stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Like there has been some fun decks that turned out to be just very strong. It's like to me specifically, like cardistry decks are more of like a fun idea, but then they end up being so strong and good, and I'm like, wait a second, this is supposed to be fun, not like win a regional like that kind of a deck.
Yeah, that's the dream, right? That you're playing, you're having fun, and then someone goes, "Whoa, I need you to stop playing the best deck in the meta right now." So,
Yeah.
speaking of best deck in the meta right now, of course, every single event we've always talked about fire, and that's off the strength of Rile the Abyss. That being said, we've had three regionals actually since last time we talked, and fire was not the top at any of them. So, really quite strange, really quite interesting there. If we want to take a look at some of these decks,
I
uh,
definitely didn't expect that. But I feel like people are
I
also
also did
starting to
not.
adapt to the meta of Ryle decks a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Right. Uh, let's talk about one that is near and dear to my heart because of the first two words, Wind Lorraine. But uh, Wind Wake Up Lorraine is actually the name of the deck on Fractal of Insight. If you take a look, uh, and it is pretty cool. One of my locals who absolutely loves Diana was just like, "Oh, can Lorraine stop taking Diana things and making them better?" Oh, looks like
Technically, they're
yeah.
not supposed to be a Diana thing waking up.
Oh, that's true. That's very true. Uh, looks like we do have our deck list in, and it's going to be a Water Guoja Allen and a Fire Xander. Okay, just Fire, no Serene. So we'll be ready to go into that gameplay in just a little bit.
You don't need
Uh,
that extra sixth health if you just reveal Lexum Sight at the end of your at the beginning of your turn every time. Like I feel like nowadays, especially with what's happening right now, it's the meta is slow enough where you are not reliant on that extra six life from your Serene Spirit. Much more, you have much more time to get to those Lexum sites and start revealing them and start recovering from that.
yeah, I think that's a fair point. And definitely, a lot of fire decks that we see are playing fire interference, so they're gonna get in. Straight into our gameplay, it looks like water. Oh no, they're gonna roll off. That's okay. Let's see who goes first. Uh, so looks like Water Allen's gonna go ahead and go first off the roll, and should be just Spirit of Water. And yeah, okay, cool. So this deck specifically, what are we looking for here, Clem? There's obviously a lot of strength in Carp Song Coda, but what's our sort of starting line?
Now, obviously, with Alan, your whole idea is to get as much value as you can off of those harmonies and melodies. So you just start glimpsing when he comes in, you glimpse and then you want to put it into your hand, but then you also want to capitalize off of the +2 level that Alan gives for for the most part. I feel like it's for Pride allies, so you can reach that Pride 4. You just need a couple of these animals so you can have your higher end things out early, and you just need to be level 2 to be able to start hitting with them.
Yeah, absolutely. Two Forest Cake coming down. That's always a strong opening, especially for Tamers. And it looks like we're gonna go ahead and oh, perhaps one more Forest Cake. No, Idle Thoughts coming down. And after that, it'll most likely pass to the Xander. So, yeah, for Xander, Xander into Water Allen. Um, Water Allen isn't that slow. So, of course, Xander with the Ryle. What else are we looking for?
I feel like Xander will always look for the quick, fast juggle knives and thieving cuts. Although the thieving cut is less relevant now, you mostly just want to juggle knives and have your ink caps ready as well, and then just level up as soon as possible so you can start either clearing board or dealing damage to face with the light weavers and start building up your influence. And looking at the Kyle's deck list here, it seems like that that game plan doesn't change much, even though they're not a Serene Spirit. They just want to draw into it. No need for glimpsing.
Yeah, I think your biggest hope there, of course, is that your hand isn't just a whole bunch of Luxem. So let's take a look. Spirit of Fire coming out, and we're gonna get that extra draw for turn. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Juggle Knives come out here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and pass. Going to take the Idle Thoughts, level up into Guojia, and we're going to bring out our Fabled Sapphire Fatestone. We're presenting our material deck to our opponent. I think once you see that Clockwork music box in there, you're instantly suspicious, right? That and the Allen, of course. It's I think you're going to start thinking about Carpson Coda. Milling, and yeah, Xander off the top, milling a Undying Dreams. I was unable to see, unfortunately, what was milled. I know it was a Tidestone Bovine, looks like. And so that's actually kind of nice for Xander there, just getting that extra floating memory right off the top. Yes, indeed, Tidestone Bovine. Alan paying
The
3.
Wild
Yeah.
The Undying Dreams is definitely what you want in your graveyard here. Even though you don't get the extra card draw value off of a Ryle, if you don't have the Ryle in hand, it's better to just have it in the graveyard without needing to pay for it, right? The guaranteed floating memory that he has and that he can level off of now is really, really good. And one thing that I didn't mention earlier is that even though Krells is not playing a Serene Spirit, so they cannot glimpse, they kept the expected amount of um Luxem cards in their deck. So they are playing 20 Luxem cards almost. Sorry, 18 Luxem cards, which is quite a bit for a deck that doesn't glimpse. But I think with Ryle you can go through your deck and see like curate your hand as you want a
Oh
lot
yeah, it's
easier.
definitely possible. We have also with the creative shocks, we have a Tidestone Bovine coming down, and both Forest Cakes being sacrificed for those buff counters. So that's a pretty large Tidestone Bovine, 2+1/+1 there. So it's going to come in for 3 damage, and looks like Wearsome is going to put their top, choose themselves for the top 2. A Languid Troll Toad going in there. So that is one of our played frogs. Unfortunately, not the one with floating memory, but it is a nice 0/6. So that's 6, quite a lot of damage for Carpson Coda. And okay, looks like we're passing our turn back to Krell's.
If you will, they are balanced currently. There is no Serene Spirit on the field, unfortunately, but it's almost. We got
It,
almost Serene and the balanced deck.
we
Both.
almost did it. Next time we have to ask people, just be like, hey, I don't, I don't know if it fits your game plan. I'm just, we just want a little setup there. Undying Dreams coming out. Krell's gonna go ahead and level up to Xander level 1 to get that prep token as well as Glimpse. So yeah, I mean we're still getting a little bit of Glimpse, here and there, trying to set up our hand. Glimpsing 2, it looks like Krell's checking their hand. It's pretty likely that, of course, they're going to want. Ideally, they're going to have a Ryle in hand and a little guide. Maybe another floating memory, something like that. Taken out, and yeah, there it is. There's the Ryle. They're going to go ahead and draw that card, and we're also going to discard another Ryle as well as an Undying Dreams. So we do get at least one more floating memory there.
Yeah, the really, really good thing about Ryle, especially after you know what you're going to be drawing, is that you first draw the card off of it, and then if that card you drew into is a Spectre, and you see that from your glimpse that you're going to draw into a Spectre, you can discard the card you drew originally to Ryle to dig for another one.
Yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, you're going in blind, and hopefully you're not punished. But sometimes that happens. Uh, Looks like we're going to pass back. It's a little difficult to tell. It may be possible, of course, that more than a certain amount of cards are Luxem in hand. Uh, that being said, there's quite a huge amount of cards in hand, so it's unlikely they have nothing to play. But let's take a look. Passing back to Wisdom with the Quicksilver Grail. So we're going to go ahead and place another Regalia under that. What Regalia do we expect to go under the Grail?
As you know that it's Xander, you're going to go for the Safeguard Amulet most of the time. But it's like there's a lot of different things. Like you can get the music box out if you're afraid that they might destroy it, and then you'll get their music box out right before you want to activate that winning or like the harmony that generates you the most value. But most of the time, I do feel like it's going to just be Safeguard Amulet or smoke bombs in case they have uh any interceptor, though Fire Zender is not really known for that. And so in this case, Safeguard Amulet is probably our best bet.
Yeah, the Fate Stone milling a Seaside Ringleader. We're going to go ahead and pay for that Seaside Ringleader ability. In response, Xander's going to go ahead and vanish from sight. So they're going to gain stealth for this turn.
The good thing about Vanish from Sight is that it is an assassin skill, so Xander can take it back on level 2 as Deft Executor. So he is pretty safe right now against this deck because it's not really. It's not a mill deck. You just need the mill for the Gambu's power and to get the floating memory in graveyard as well.
Yeah, we're going to see two Gorhazi Trappers there to imbue a Fractal of Rain. And we're also going to pay for a Rippleback Terrapin. And in order to pay for the Rippleback Terrapin's floating memory, we're going to use our Tidestone Bovine that was milled off the deck previously. So a pretty strong board there. We already have two animals with two buff counters apiece. If you're Xander, what are you sort of thinking about here?
You definitely need to get to level 3 as soon as possible so you can get your reveal triggers going and start clearing the board with hopefully more than one Lightweaver's Assault in your memory because it deals 2 damage per Lightweaver's Assault revealed. So you can start clearing the board very comfortably with it, even on such high total life totals.
Yeah, makes sense. Krell going for a Juggle Knives. And then right after Juggle Knives into a Fast Cure. Now, they did not have lower influence, so there was no recovery, but that extra floating memory, along with the other Undying Dreams, came out for Xander level 2. Getting that prep, I believe they got the Vanish from Sight back into their hand, just as you predicted. So let's see. Vanish from Sight would, of course, allow them to level up safely next turn, and looks like we're going to pass back to Alan. Portentious Tengu coming out. So getting another quest counter there on Guojia. Both players are going to mill. We see a Frostbind and a Dungeon Guide come out. So I don't know whether or not Krell's necessarily needed that Dungeon Guide, but it probably wouldn't have been too bad in hand.
Like even if you don't draw, like if you already have a dungeon guide, having a second dungeon guide is good in terms of you are not unhappy banishing that. So it's a guaranteed card that if your hand is good or if your hand is full of cards that you're like half on giving up, a second dungeon guide is always gonna go down to pay for that first one.
Yeah, we see the Fractal of Rain as well as two other cards paying for the Tengu this turn. So another card drawn to memory. That's quite a few cards in hand. Tidestone Bovine coming in for 3. And Wisdom choosing themselves to mill. It looks like a Horn Knight and a Fracture Eye. So another floating memory going into the grave, racking up 3 damage. The 2 buff Terrapin also coming in for another 3. And it looks like, see if there are any more animals to come out. If not, we do of course already have that Troll Toad in graveyard, so we could be looking at quite a lot of damage here still. And probably the best way to take out a Xander is before they get to level 3.
Absolutely. The good funny part is here as well is that the Horn Knight is the perfect mill there because against Xander, it's just an your average ally. You know, it doesn't get the buff for attacking allies. So if any ally is gonna get milled, that is one of the best ones, other than the Toad Troll.
Yeah, Frostborn Paladin coming out. It's gonna get its buff counter, and that is from the Fracturize that was milled. So just yeah, overall, an extremely good mill there. Frostborn Paladin, there we go. It's also gonna come in for 3, and that's gonna put Xander at 12. Fastgear coming out, and I believe they will have less influence, which is pretty crazy to say. They're both holding quite large hands here. Looks like, oh, we saw the recovery there. Fastgear doing well, and that is a floating memory plus 2 down in memory, so we could easily see a level 3 Xander coming out next turn. Quite a few cards left on Alan's side. Let's see if we see another animal. Or perhaps one of our melodies/harmonies. Blanche. Okay, I think that's a pretty good move.
Launch protects the whole board and themselves from the previously mentioned Library Assault triggers. So even after Krell's levels up, ooh, 2 liminal guys going
2
out. It's very
liminal guides.
unfortunate. And even after he
Well,
levels up
yeah.
and responds to the reveal trigger, he cannot really do anything with the board right now. He can target the Blanche, but since he only gets 1 guaranteed reveal trigger each turn, he's not in a comfortable spot still.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. That being said, we're going to juggle knives and we're going to see 2 Luxem Sight. So heal back quite a bit of... We're going to recover quite a bit there. And that's Xander trigger, forcing Wisdom to put 2 cards down into memory. So the big thing here, of course, Xander looking for just, any opening that they can go ahead and place down cards. Let's see what we have. Looks like 2 to pay for a... Thinking. So with that Blanche out, what is Krell's game plan, do we feel?
He definitely needs to get rid of that Blanche as soon as possible. Now the question is, will he, if he does have the one-off thieving cut, will he invest it into clearing the board? Because I don't. He plays 1 planted explosive as well, so those 2 are probably his best removals for the Blanche, because everything else is so much invested into it that it might not be worth it. You definitely don't want to play a live hero assault just for the Blanche. So if he had it, then he could have revealed it and taken care of the Blanche. But I think he was more focused on surviving and getting his life total as high as possible.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think also with those 2 prep counters, we don't want to, if we don't have to, use them, being that we could use them for striking Illuminance. But that Blanche survives another turn, which is not the best position for a Luxem Xander. Let's take a look. I can't exactly see how many quest counters are on Guoja, but I would not be surprised if we are thanks to that Tidestone Bovine, as well as of course passing a few turns, pretty close to bringing out our Genbu. The Alcahest coming out.
Oh, it's 8 counters now.
8 counters. Oh, great. Ooh, another Uncover the Plot going in, and a Ribbleback Terrapin being taken off the deck. So Alcahest coming out. This is another just great card for Alan, actually, with its level 4 bonus, being able to destroy a item or weapon, memory cost 0, and Alan has no particular trouble getting to level 4.
Yeah, as long as you have your animals, which Mirror Sum already has.
Yeah. We're going to replay that Vanish from Sight that Xander level 2 had taken out of the grave. Okay, yeah. Vanish from Sight, of course, giving the champion stealth till end of turn. So we have this board. There's no True Sight on there right now. Fractal Rain, as well as 2, 3. Oh, could we see a... Okay. We have a Thronekeeper Bullfrog. So that's that's another sort of unfortunate ally for Alan to have versus the Xander. With Taunt, that Blanche is just that much more protected.
Yeah, and I feel like we're kind of at a standoff here, seeing as we know that Krells can recover 6 every single turn. We are some doesn't really have a way to deal 25 damage in one turn, in one fell swoop to Xander here.
It would have to be a pretty big board. We're seeing a backup charger come out, and it's okay. We're going to reveal. Yeah, there it is. Striking Illuminance as well as 2 Luxem Sight. So back down to 0, and having to put 3 cards down into memory. Going to go ahead, get that power cell as well as draw 1 to memory. And let's take a look. So the game plan is still, of course, we've got to take out Blanche, but now we also have that Thronekeeper Bullfrog to deal with, which itself is also floating memory. So that's just sort of troublesome there.
So the idea of removal would here be a revealed Lyuric Assault here targeting the Blanche. Because otherwise, Krells doesn't really have too many resources to take Blanche out in any other way. Or not, much less expandable resources.
Yeah, and we also saw, I believe, both Uncover the Plots go to grave from the Fatestone Mill. So that is a little unfortunate. Passing back to Alan. So I believe we last time we had 8. So counting the water cards in graveyard, I feel. And let's see what we go ahead and materialize. No floating memory, so we're going to go ahead and pay. I believe that was a Korhazi Trapper. And looks like we're leveling up. And another Trapper. Okay. There we are. We're going to level up to Alan. So on enter for Alan, we're going to glimpse 3 and reveal the top card of the deck. If it's a Harmony or Melody, we get to go ahead and put it in our hand. In addition, because we have 2 or more animals on the board, or beast, Alan's going to go ahead and become level 4. So that Alcahest is also online. We're going to flip over the Sapphire Fatestone into Genbu.
In response to level up, because the flipping is a Goja bonus, so it has to be sequenced properly. Lest that Fatestone stays a Fatestone forever.
That would be kind of unfortunate. We're taking a look at the top 3 cards of their deck. Let's Let's see if they have a harmony or melody there. And yeah, I believe they do. One on top, two on bottom. They're going to. I believe that is a Carp Song Coda. So, Carp Song Coda, a very strong card for this deck specifically. It is a skill that is able to deal damage based on the maximum health of, or the largest health of a animal or beast in your graveyard. Water. Attacking with the Tyson Bovine. Coming in for 3. And we're starting to mill our Xander opponent. So saw a Creative Shock, as well as a Luxem. I didn't catch which Luxem card that was. Juggle Knives. And Turtle and the Frostborn Paladin are attacking for another 6. Blanche coming in for another 1. Just eating away, even if they're going to go ahead and heal 6. If you can deal over 6, of course, we're still putting our opponent on a clock.
A 20-turn clock is still a clock.
Still a clock. The game will end one way or another.
It just needs to for we are some. It just needs to end before Kralls can draw 2 or 3 Life Weaver's Assaults here.
Yeah. Genbu attacking in. So one card that I think at this point Weirsome's looking for might be Geldis, Terror of Dormegia, right? Just to add that extra punch to his board, try to finish the game a little faster.
Did Weirsome not have the influence to pay 3 for Genbu?
That's a force cake. They did, but
As
that's
they
a
were
blowjob
leveling
bonus.
up, but as they were leveling up, when they flipped it before they leveled up into Alan, did they not have 3 in hand?
Oh, I don't remember. They might not have. In fact, yeah, they might not have because they were forced to put down cards from the Xander Flying Steel previously.
That's your math can get messed up.
Oh, absolutely. That is one of the hardest things when facing a Xander, especially if you don't have the nullifying mirror to, keep your hand alive. Protectious Tango coming out for Krells, so they're gonna go ahead and pay 3 to draw a card in memory. And so that's quite a large memory there. Let's see what's revealed. Xander trigger.
Let's see if Xander can recover down to 1 damage counter. Oh, almost.
Well,
Almost. Oh, close enough.
Ooh, okay. Okay, there's a blinding. There's a gleaming cut. Sorry. So 3 Luxem sights, 2 striking illuminance, and that gleaming cut is going to be used to draw 2 more cards. And yeah, we're gonna have to put down quite a few here. We're gonna put down 6 cards into our memory. So yeah, I think that's what happened last time. As you can see, Where's only has 1 card in hand, and now Krell's still not the greatest position, but now that we have our 3rd Luxem sight, I would say that we're definitely in a position to stabilize.
Yeah. Though Krells did deal 3 damage, 3 or 4 damage last turn over the 9 recover. Though at this rate, Krells will find the 4th Luxem sight soon enough.
Yeah, when your opponent shows you that 4th Luxem sight, a lot of times, depending on your board, it's kind of over. That being said, we have not yet seen any answers to that Blanche, and in fact, that Bullfrog is still up as well.
As long as the Blanche is there, and then Wearsome can just keep building his board, and Krells can only recover so much in a turn. So he might just start outpacing Krells, but It's not gonna be a quick game by any means, seeing as we have seen 0 Lexum site or Live Viewers assaults from
Light
Krell so
Weavers.
far. Only Lexums, only 3 Lexum sites and the Striking
Those
Illuminance.
two
But the
striking
Illuminance is unfortunate with the
with the Bullfrog.
Thronekeeper
Yeah,
Bullfrog, yeah.
I think the turn before, if they had, I think if Carlos had sort of known psychically that that Bullfrog was coming out, they might have used the Striking Illuminance on Blanche.
Yeah. And even with the Striking Illuminance, We Are Some does play 4 Song of Frost, and he is Alan, and
Mm,
he could very well have the music box out, so he's safe from attacks too, even if the Bullfrog is gone.
yeah, and I think a lot of people forget Song of Frost has an alternate cost for Tamers where they can use a floating memory instead to pay. So, even in this position where, you know, uh, every card but one is down, if that one card is a Song of Frost and they have the floating memory, they can, of course, go ahead and stop it. So, still a kind of a tough position here for Xander. And we're going to pass back to Alan. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, if you're Alan, I assume you're just trying to build this board. You're eventually going to bring out the music box and start just trying to get over that healing. All right. Oh, okay. Here we see the safeguard
Alright.
amulet here. So it's almost certainly a music box underneath the Grail. Fractal of Rain. We might also just have a deck out here. The Bovine, the Fractal of Rain.
But earlier I said that this is not a mill deck, but in this matchup it might just turn into one.
It might turn into it. I mean, there's a fast cure going out, so that is a floating memory. Tyson Bovine coming in for 3. No particular response. Vanish from sight, as well as the turbocharge.
Turbocharge.
Yeah, the SP3 turbocharge.
He only plays 1 turbocharge, so it's gone now. That's why you always play 2, so you have your backup in these matchups.
Well, it's the SP3 one, so it's the nice one. We just need one nice one. Frostborn Paladin also coming in. And I mean, we'll probably see the same board, but there's quite a few cards. It's not impossible, of course, for just simply more allies to come out, especially when you saw that Vanish from Sight go to Graveyard. You can probably be that much more confident that these attacks are actually going to connect. 4 for a Troll Toad.
Troll Toad!
Troll Toad! 0-6, so that's going to come in hindered. But that's another, when that wakes up, actually, that's going to be a whole nother problem because it also has taunt.
Yep, this is not looking good for Krells in terms of attacking, but considering he hasn't seen any Life Viewers assaults, this is not a comfortable match right now, even though he's recovering so much every single turn.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to use our Force Cake to give a buff counter as well to that Troll Toad. So it's a 1-7. Pretty intimidating. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and pass back. So, a insignia of the Korhazi.
Insignia, yep.
Yeah. And so, yeah, we're going to go ahead and pay for the insignia. So get some things into our memory so we can go ahead and reveal them. We'll also get a prep counter there. So once again, maybe, I mean, now that we have 3 prep counters and our insignia out, we might be willing to pay for the stronger striking illuminance to actually get rid of things like Troll Toad. But it's not a great proposition, right? Especially as you still haven't seen your Light Weavers. We are going to show 3 Luxem sites to recover it back down to 4.
I mean, at least if you're in this matchup, if you're a rear sum here, if they only put 3 cards down, you know exactly what they're going to put down because they're unlikely to take the damage. They either need to put down 2 or 3 Light Weaver's assaults to, well, I guess 1 the first time so they can clear the Blanche. and then they only recover 6, so you're in a very comfortable position to just start hitting next turn. Or if it's just, it's more likely than not just 3 Luxem sites if it's just 3 cards down.
Yeah, one thing to note, now, of course, as the Xander player, you wouldn't necessarily know this, but Wearsome is only playing one Blanche main board. So if this Blanche is taken out, there is no replacement.
Yeah. But the the funny part is, the crazy part is, he still does have the Safeguard Amulet there. So
Ah, yes.
Krause has been getting very unlucky with the cards. I feel like, cause the board just keeps growing. There's the Safeguard and the Blunt still. No Excaliburs used, so they have to be somewhere in there. There might be only 2, but 2 is better than none.
Oh, we do see the Striking Illuminance come out, possibly to reveal our Luxem sites. Yeah, okay, yeah. We're going to go ahead and prep 2. So on attack, if Striking Illuminance was prepped, we get to reveal all cards in our memory. And for every Luxem card that we do reveal, we're going to get +1 power. So if we show 2 Luxem sites, we're going to go ahead and recover down to 0, as well as... Oh, okay.
Cool.
There we go. Gleaming Cut being revealed. So a Luxem site and a Gleaming Cut. So we're going to go ahead and use the Gleaming Cut to draw 2 more. Striking Luminous is going to come in for 6 to that Thronekeeper Bullfrog. It currently still has Taunt, or is the only awake ally of Taunt. So Blanche still up, but we did recover down to 1. Waking up, so now we have our sort of second phase boss here, where the Trotoll is now awake and has Taunt. So that with the 1/7 is that much more to overcome.
And on top of that, Gambu was also kept awake last turn, just in
Oh,
case Krell's he used both of his Striking Illuminances to keep Blanche alive. And I believe Gambu will still keep on. Will stay, will just continue to be awake for the taunt, because Krell also doesn't have. We only plays 2 Striking Illuminances. Getting through that 9 life Gambu is near
oh yeah, it's a
impossible.
tough proposition. We're materializing the Necklace of Foresight. So they went ahead and banished that in order to glimpse 4. I believe they're pretty pleased. Yeah, look at that. 3 on top, 1 on bottom. You're going to go ahead and draw that card. See what it is. Oh, looks like something's coming out during Recollection from Krells. They're going to play a Juggle Knives.
All 3 damage so far has been dealt from 3 separate Juggle Knives. The
Well,
taunt allies are doing their job. Taunt allies and Blanche doing their job in We Are Samstag. Another very interesting thing is, very unfortunate thing for Krells is he only plays 1 planted explosive and 1 thieving cut. So he does, other than the Light Weaver's assaults, he has very little answers to this board. Right,
yeah, and
right now he has basically nothing other than other Striking Illuminance with enough Luxem cards to take 1 of them out, but the other Taunter will stay up. So he needs either the planted explosives to take Blanche out directly, or he needs to just send it and attack into everything.
yeah, and unfortunately, so uh, one thing is Blanche actually, because the cards were still in memory, actually did prevent the 1 damage from the Juggle Knives. So Wearsome is still at 2 instead of 3. The Tidestone Bovine coming in. Wearsome choosing himself to get a Seaside Ringleader as well as an Ocean's Blessing into grave.
Both of those are amazing cards for Veersum to have in the graveyard, but I would like you to look at the life totals and look at our timer. We are 40 minutes into this game. Barely any damage on anyone.
You know what, Clem, I'm gonna take the blame here. You always told me like, the games you cast they go to time, and I was like, they can't always go to time. There's no way. And you know what? I was just wrong today.
It
Uh,
is. It is the wonderful thing of casting with me. You get to have a full game
yeah, I
in
get to
Render's
have the
head.
whole time. That's what's exciting. That's the absolute best part. Another Thronekeeper Bullfrog coming out. So where's some just rebuilding this board, just making it absolutely. Uh, it depends. I mean, so we're gonna need to see quite a few Lightweavers here quite quickly in order for this to not devolve into just building that board to overcome the healing every turn. Let's take a look.
But
The Akahest also going ahead and destroying the Insignia of the Grahazi. So it's that much harder, unfortunately, to put things into memory for Krells. GCR coming out, Ring, allowing having them draw a card. So Xander, of course, looking to play more cards before they have to reveal anything. With that Xander trigger on stack, 2 more. This could be the 4th Juggle Knives.
Bludge would prevent that as well again. Oh, fast
Yeah.
gear.
Oh, fast cure.
I think
Uh,
this yeah, it's just fast gear is just played
yeah.
for fast gears if for having more cards in
Just to put more things down
memory.
in memory. I was gonna say it's very difficult, unfortunately, to tell who has more. Okay, we do see 1 Lightweaver. So 3 Luxem Sight,
Two
1
Lightweavers.
Lightweaver, or
One
2
of them is
Lightweavers. Yeah,
the
sorry, that's the
invite.
SP, or that's the invite one. Oh yeah, that's the invite one. I didn't recognize it because I don't have one. Not that good. But yeah, so 2 Lightweavers. So this is actually possibly our turnaround here. So we talked about it. We need to see some Lightweavers soon. Almost certainly one going to that Blanche. There we go. Okay, yeah. You're going to go ahead and take out
He's
that Blanche.
gone. What a
So, okay.
game.
And the other 2 into where's some. This is, I think, sort of your classic, uh, allies into Luxem Xander feel here, where you've got the board. You're going in. That's fine. They're recovering a little bit every turn, but you can get over it. We're slowly going to close out the game, and then they start showing you the Lightweavers. They have the Lightweavers, and now you have trouble.
Yeah, the moment it is shown, it's over. And look at Krell's influence here. I do believe that after playing the 2 Lightweavers, it will be over for We Are Some here. Because that is 16 damage from just playing the 2 Lightweavers. Or he already has 4 damage counters on him. And he's playing Alan. Alan having 22 life
Mhm.
plus 18. No, 16 would be, it would be 16. So he needs
16.
2 more damage
2 more damage.
on top
Uh,
of 2 raw Lightweavers.
well, we do know that both Uncover the Plots went to Graveyard, so we're not going to see those. How else can we get that damage? 1 Striking Luminance is out as well. 2 Gleaming Cuts have been shown.
I've seen 3 fast cures, 2 or 3 fast cures. I don't exactly remember how many it was.
I believe 3 Fast Cures. We could also see the single Planet Explosive come out to actually
True.
deal that, but we would almost certainly see the Safeguard Amulet be used for that.
This is not a question of does Krells have the influence because, well, it's like 1/5 of his deck is in his hand. Does he have the right cards play and will he just play them in the right order? I don't think there's really any doubt that he can win the game this turn.
2 for
Excalibur?
Excalibur. Yeah. Okay. We're going to go ahead and Excalibur Sacred Amulet. So no more non-combat, protection there. We show a Lightweavers, and okay, so we do have the double Lightweavers.
It's gonna
We're gonna go
be
ahead and reveal.
the 20 damage from the 2 Lightweavers, which are inactivated in response to the banishment of the Safeguard Amulet, I believe, because it doesn't
Mm,
immediately resolve, and considering Krell's had plenty of influence to play around with, He most likely just responded to it with the double light weavers.
Makes quite a lot of sense. Let's see if Wearsome has anything. Yeah, unfortunately, without that safeguard underneath the Grail, there's not too much you can do. And yeah, they're picking up. So,
Game
a
one, huh?
very tough position. Yeah, a very tough position, but of course, showing the strength of Luxem Xander, just being able to grind that game out and, come to a victory.
Yeah, it
So,
was tough.
yeah, I mean, that board looked honestly probably kind of genuinely hopeless, right, for a little bit there. But once those light weavers came out, everything folded quite quickly. Take a look at their sideboards, game two. I can see Wearsome has 3 extra blanches there, so those will probably be coming in. We also have, let's see, Nullifying Mirror is
No,
also likely
yeah.
to come in, so they don't have to put their hand down. They will still, of course, damage, healing, etc. But when the cards are not Luxem, they don't have to put anything into memory. For Xander, what do you see coming in?
Very tough because I feel like the biggest issue that Krells had this game was that he couldn't glimpse with his Serene Spirit. Because otherwise he was in a very, very good spot. Maybe some more planted, maybe the one other planted explosive coming in to remove more of those allies. If those pesky blanches come up, he doesn't necessarily need to attack through the Sapphire Patestone, the Thronekeeper Bullfrogs, and the Toad Trolls. So for the Planet Explosive would be really good. Otherwise, maybe the Reduce to Ash so he can guarantee and doesn't have to gamble on the Excaliburs, so he can take out the Safeguard Amulet and the Quicksilver Grill.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Players are shuffling up here. Let's
What do you
see
feel
what
about the
else.
Blinding Orb in this matchup into water? Because
I was thinking about that.
Wearsome had a lot of influence, but
Yeah, so I think
also,
the biggest things, of course, you want to, stop them from being able to play a Frostbind or a Song of Frost. So perhaps, if you, so let's say they have the Song of Frost and they're holding up just the one card, right? They're looking to pay the alternate cost. Maybe you do sort of ruin their day, right? You bring out Blinding Orb and say, I'm going to go ahead and have you put that down anyway. In addition, you could, of course, if they're holding 3 for the Frostbind, you could say, I want 2 of those down before anything else happens, so they're unable to do anything. Wearsome starting first. Spirit of Water. So if you're Wearsome, what are you sort of looking for? I mean, uh, it was for a little bit there, it was kind of a sun up match, but what are you looking for in this game in order to sort of accelerate your plan and take care of Xander before everything Luxem comes online?
you definitely want those Gelduses and Frost. If I feel like the Frostworm Paladin and lack of Carps on Coda were the 2 biggest issues this time around because he just didn't have enough damage to start pushing through. And the Carps on Coda obviously would have helped a lot. Though in the early game, it's obviously not as good because you don't really have as many cards in your graveyard to for the damage to be based on. But Frostborn Paladin, even if you don't have floating memory in your graveyard, is a really solid card.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a pretty different game plan here. So, where some having the language hold toad out turn 1 came in hindered is now awake on turn 2 after Krell's pass. The Clockwork Music Box already coming out. So just like the troll toad that does come in hindered. Class bonus. So for Tamers, right? Goja as well as Alan. Whenever you activate a harmony or melody from your hand, you may banish it as a result, and later on you can rest it to play that harmony or melody. Tyson Bovine coming out. Uh, Going in for 1 and milling. I believe that's a forest cake on top. I did not see the second mill, unfortunately. 2 for Undying Dreams. So they're going to go ahead and target one of Wearsom's allies. So that is one nice thing. Of course, depending on your hand, at least your opponent is playing some allies for you. We're going to use that Undying Dreams. Go ahead and level up to Xander level 1. We'll get our prep counter as well as Glimpse 2. And all right. Drawing to hand. Let's see what Krell's has this turn. Passing back, so it's of course possible for quite a lot of these fire fast spells, Ryle, Creative Shock, etc. Where's some leveling up to Guoja, level 1, to bring out the Sapphire Fatestone again, banishing a Frostbind out of memory, showing us that the Nullifying Mirror did come in.
Don't
And
wanna
that music
put
box is back.
cards down unnecessarily.
Yeah. The mill off the top for Krell's was unfortunately a Ryle. So that could slow down their game plan a little bit. And yeah, we're going to see a backup charger here. Getting our power cell as well as an extra card into memory. That Tidestone Bovine previous turn coming in, chipping away, putting Krell's to 2.
The backup charger came out very early in the Xander deck, because very often you want to use it to pump more cards into your memory, so you don't see it as much so early on in the game. So he is probably Krell's not having the best of hands right now.
Yeah, we're seeing a Carpsun Coda come out to attempt to be put under the music box, but an Incapacitate. We'll go ahead and put a stop to that. So that's a pretty strong play from Krell's, I believe. Stopping one of your opponent's victory conditions there.
Yeah, unfortunately, music box does specify you have to banish it as it resolves. So it needs to resolve before you can banish it. Oftentimes the cards just care about the activation. So music box caring for that it resolves is definitely a rare side, but very, very good if you're playing Incapacitate.
Yeah, we're going to see that one of Turbocharge come out this time instead of being taken directly from deck to grave. So using that power cell, we're going to go ahead and draw some cards. Let's see. Yep, showing the Carpsun Coda in the grave. So I think that is one thing, especially if you have a lot of water players at your locals. Sometimes people reflexively go ahead and take a negated card and just put it into banish. But we're showing it in the grave there. 3 or Krell's is looking for another play. And Wearsome is making sure that their quest counters are all good. Looks like 3 quest counters there. Portentous Tengu coming out for Wearsome. Getting another quest counter.
Wow, there are 3 quest counters, it looks like. Because it's...
Yeah, Resolute Stand being taken off the top of the deck for Krell's.
If they don't have Deluxe on site, that it is a very, very unfortunate mill there. But overall, you're not too miffed about losing Resolute Stand currently. Looking at Krell's board, especially the Toad Troll is a 0/6. The Bovine only attacking for 1 as well.
Yeah, I think it's very different than last time. Hereward, we do see the Creative Shock in response to the Tengu banish. So let's see if we can put a floating memory to grave. Oh, that okay.
That is unexpected.
Let's talk about that. Yeah, so we do see the Creative Shock going ahead and putting a Lightweaver's Assault into the graveyard.
Either
Clem,
Krell's
your
already has
opinions
them.
on that?
Either
Has
Krell's
3?
already has 2 or 3 in hand, or
It could
I
be
don't see there is any
move.
other
Strong power move. Just
I can definitely see 1 in his hand, I believe. The card that was left over in there. But
oh,
I think it didn't want to risk losing it.
Yeah, we see the juggle knives. You know, one thing. Okay, here we go. Yeah, actually, you know what? Coming up to Xander level 2, we can actually get our Lightweavers back. So that might be it, right? There's nothing else that we were sort of willing to use with our creative shock. So we went ahead and put a card in the grave that we knew that we could get back.
I'm so used to only seeing Lightweaver's Assault after people are level 2 that my instinct was just like, oh, it's just gone. And also used to Deft Executor just bringing back Juggle Knives or something that generates immediate value on level
Yeah,
3.
it was definitely very unexpected for us. Uh, Previously, we're some playing a Carpsong Coda, getting that damage. So just like you talked about, right? Trying to stack this damage, especially being that Xander just came up to level 2 and is already at 15 damage. So Krell's
Needs to start
gonna go ahead and
recovering.
take their turn. Yeah, start recovering. See a dungeon guide come out. So that is very strong. You know, not only getting the health to sort of get you out of Carpsong Coda range, but also, of course, you're going to turn all your Luxem cards online, including at least that one Lightweaver's Assault that we saw. All right. Gonna go ahead and there we go. The dungeon guy is going to resolve. We're gonna go ahead and level up into Xander level 3, Blinding Steel. Using a Thieving Cut and an Excalibur.
Not afraid. He knows that he just has it in the bag. He doesn't need the Excalibur to take care of a safeguard amulet because he will take it away before he needs to take care of a safeguard amulet. Oh, uncover the
Yeah,
plot
I mean,
coming.
uncover the plot coming out. So
Love that card. A liminal
so
guide.
a liminal guide
Unfortunate.
and 2 Luxem sites. Uh, so curiously, Clem, how do you feel about the liminal guide being in memory? Uh, I
Yeah,
guess it
this
would have
is
been, you know, preferable to go out instead of the Excalibur there.
drawn after the or probably drawn after the creative shock resolved, and definitely Girls is definitely not as happy to see it in his memory still as he would have been for the Excalibur. But I feel like this game has both of these games have shown us the downside to Liminal Guide. Then why you what you mentioned of Rival decks didn't pop didn't dominate the meta as didn't dominate competitions as much as we expected them. Because while they are strong, as long as you counter them or they draw bad, they don't have the riles, they're not overwhelming, and you can definitely just outvalue and win against them.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see a Necklace of Foresight on Wearsome side. They're going to go ahead and glimpse 4. Last time, they liked what they saw, but let's see what occurs this game. Looks like 2 on top and 2 on bottom. Krell's holding 4 in hand, so that's, of course, still enough for another Incapacitate if something were to happen. Paying 2 for the Seaside Ringleader. So if I'm going to go ahead and draw a card, as well as any animals or beasts entering the field this turn, they're going to go ahead and get a buff counter. Clockwork Music Box is back, and I believe we're at 6 quest counters on Gwoja.
Yeah, you're right about that. We're very very close to the game book coming out here, but Krauts is also very very close to a double Lightweaver's Assault turn soon.
Yeah, Frostborn Paladin. Oh, there was a young Beast Bonder in Grave, so the Frostborn Paladin is going to go ahead and use that for their buff counter, as well as drawing a card. Frostborn Paladin coming in for 3, and Tides of Bovine coming in for 1. Person looking to take their own deck, choosing themselves, a young Beast Bonder, and I believe there's a Troll Toad. So That being said, I believe we've already seen 2 Carpsong Kodas, so it's a little tough. Krell's at 13 damage counters. Krell's turn. Portentous Tengu coming out. They had 4, so enough to pay for the Tengu. They're going to go ahead, put 3 cards into memory. In response, Carpsong Coda. So that, I think, is pretty good, right? Of course, you're dodging that incapacitate. And Krell's, I believe we did see a Blanche in hand there.
Oh, that is
Well,
out of nowhere.
yep.
Yeah.
There we go. So Carpsong Coda in response, and then the music box being able to Carpsong Coda as well. That 12 damage coming in real quick. Krell's unfortunately, having put down those 3 already for Tengu, unable to respond with a Blanche or anything else, in fact. All right.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to move on to game 3. Not too much time left in regulation, but perhaps.
I feel like both of these decks are a bit too slow to be able to comfortably play and take home a game 3. But of course, that is also like dependent on the person. If you expect to have a long day today, I feel like the players are also de-sideboarding now. Seeing the
Yeah,
nullifying
seeing the
mirror
time,
on the
perhaps.
yeah, the
Yeah.
nullifying mirror is on the field now because they
Yeah.
both know that they need later. They're both late game decks. So I think they just agreed to a draw here, which is probably the best course of action because there's no point in playing a game 3, especially when you still have 3 more rounds left. If you know that you're neither of you guys are likely going to take it. So very much respect the choice that they made to
Yeah,
not
of
go
course.
into a play at overtime. Obviously, it would have been interesting to see if either deck could just run away with it like that. Like, I think the Water Island could get very, very lucky and just like double Carp Sog again in turn 2 or 3.
Yeah, definitely, right? If that Troll Toad just goes to grave real quick, and then you're just able to Carp Song, and they don't have any sort of response to it, you'll close the game really quite quick. I think it's kind of funny. Both players with the Blanches, they're probably both thinking sort of like, if only, if only they hadn't played that Blanche, or of course, if I had played that Blanche, if only I had it actually out there. So,
Yeah.
yeah, first round, it's a tie. So,
It was a long 2 games. Did you expect? Because I personally did not expect the Allen to take the game away out of nowhere like that. Like, obviously,
I did not
I like
either.
knew, but I didn't realize that Krells was so close to death. And we are some just had the perfect cards and just you know had the turn. And they baited out the incap, and then they could do whatever they wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing, if you've ever practiced against that kind of deck, you don't know how fast that damage can come out. Coda plus plus the music box, and I think we saw 2 Codas before. That music box coming out very very early, showing that they were confident in the Coda. So, obviously with that first incap, that could have been a huge issue, but clearly, Wearsome had another one, and I believe just drew another one. Going out there. So yeah, a great way to show how Alan can go ahead and take those games. But 1-1, it goes ahead and ends in a tie. And yeah, like you said, I definitely respect, especially for a longer deck, to just look at your opponent and be like, you know what? Let's be honest, we're gonna get through like 3 rounds, and neither of us is gonna lose. So we'll just go ahead and end it there.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. But that was a very, very long game. So I think
Yeah,
both of us need to stretch our legs a tiny bit real quick.
yeah,
And I think there's like 5 minutes left in overtime. So I think we'll see you guys very, very soon back here on
yeah.
Yetis.
We'll see you soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round two of this week's Yeti online event. My name is Clem, and I'm back with the wonderful Jim. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm thrilled to be here. The last round kind of grindy, but still an interesting watch. So I'm excited to see what else is going to come up.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. We already have our lists here. One of them was the nemesis of Grand Archive for a while. One Ascent specifically. It was not fun, but I got a pretty good new toy, I think. Would you like to talk a bit about this Vanitas list we have here?
Yeah. So this is kind of back to the roots for Razor Gale, right? We had a lot of Kongming Razor Gale more recently, but Vanitas Razor Gale is feels like is always waiting in the wings. Um, yeah, I think the deck looks fairly standard. There is a little bit of spice in oh, what is the card name?
The Gale
I
Stream
was looking
Insight.
at it a
That's a
second
new
ago.
card.
The Gale Stream Insight. That's it. So that's not one that you see usually in a lot of Razor Gale lists, but is an interesting way to kind of dig deeper into your deck if you're looking for some damage, if you're looking for another Razor Gale. So that seems like it could be really interesting. I'm interested to see kind of how effective it is in this matchup, because I feel like this is not going to be an easy matchup for a Razor Gale deck. You
Definitely. I
know,
mean, you need to have you need to have the freedom to deal those little chip damage and just protect yourself. But
mhm.
this Vanitas deck is up against neutral ends, our local Water Diana players' newest Water Diana deck. So we can take a look at that as well. You seemed excited to talk about it.
Yeah. So I'm actually really excited about these ether wing decks that people have been trying out. You see a lot of them in water, not as many in fire, which is kind of my personal pet project. But the water ones are pretty powerful. They have some very powerful floating memory options in weaving mana stream, and just in general give you a lot of burst and a lot of vision into your deck with the huge glimpses that you get off of Aqua Mirage Whisper. So I think it is a really cool deck, and I want to see it in action some more.
And may all your wish comes true like this. We are right into gameplay as well. Vanitas starting off strong with the Swift Recruit. Probably doesn't even know yet just how good that Swift Recruit will be in this matchup because I feel like the one downfall of the Diana deck is interceptors and taunters. But how do you feel about that?
No, that's absolutely true. The biggest problem for any of these Diana decks is you're so loaded into a single threat that you need to be able to clear the way for that threat. So just a single interceptor can potentially be a big stumbling block for neutral end's plan.
Ah,
I
and
think neutral end
well,
has a decent chunk of allies though.
yeah.
So while he's definitely going to be building into this big Aether Wing, right? He wants to hit with the Aqua Mirage Whisper for as big a hit as he can. He probably has a couple of extra tricks to get through.
I absolutely agree with you. Though we might see that this. So I was going to say that we might see that the interceptor is a bit of a roadblock already, but I feel like in this deck, you oftentimes don't do much on your first turn because you want to get Diana to be distant. Am I right about that? I'm not a big
Oh
Diana
yeah,
player.
yeah. The usual play pattern is first turn pass, go distant before you materialize, and then materializing Diana one when you're distant allows you to bring in whichever Ether Wing you're using, and you can use that time during your recollection to already load up some of your Ether charges before you recollect, and then bring your hand back. Almost two turns in one of fully loading up your wand, your Ether Wing.
So then technically you're not even wasting one turn not doing nothing. You're just taking that turn a bit delayed. There
Exactly,
is
exactly. It's the turn before your turn.
yeah, and as you said, there's a backstep on the champion here. Drawing a card is so good. That's why I feel like all of these distant cards as well are really good because they have an additional effect almost every single time.
Mm-hmm. Backstep definitely the better of them. although getting a little bit of flowing memory off of reposition or potentially preventing some damage off of evasive maneuvers is always nice to have.
Like you predicted, the Aqua Mirage Whisper coming out. And it looks like we're still before Recollection. Like, may all your predictions come true like this. An Aether Calibration coming out here. Glimpsing 4, and then most likely getting another Aether charge into Neutral End's memory here. And also loading this already into the Aqua Mirage.
Mm-hmm. And this is exactly what you want to see. Aetheric Calibration, Prudent Knock also is another one that gets you another card into your memory. So you're not going down on influence by loading up your Ether Wing. And then you move into your turn proper, and you still have this full grip of cards, ready to load up even further, ready for a huge hit here. And that's going to turn into a massive glimpse, setting up his next turn.
Yeah, I believe we saw an Etheric Reforging there. You can... Yeah.
That sounds about right. It's a card that he's not going to want to play a 4 of necessarily because it's a little bit more expensive, but it is a nice way to make sure that your Ether Wing, has the tools necessary to keep on hitting. That extra durability can definitely make a difference.
Yeah, it's now we have recollected, and there's another calibration. Oh no, we're still in before the recollection, right? And we're getting another calibration.
Oh, my mistake. Reforging is the one that eats a card out of your out of a graveyard. So
Yeah.
maybe a little bit of a techie card here, possibly in case of running into one of the many Ryle decks in the format. Probably not as useful against a Razor Gale, though.
Yeah, I feel like Razor Gale is such an interesting matchup, such like a bit of a weird matchup here.
Absolutely. Razor Gale is not quite as fast as some of the better starts out of a Diana deck like this, but Razor Gale has a lot of cool defensive tools and also has some inevitability, right? It's easy for Diana to run out of gas. I mean, less easy for the water version of Diana to run out of gas. But if you run Diana out of gas, she doesn't have a lot of options, whereas everything in Vanitas's deck is gas.
I also want to correct myself. I missed that Diana went attacking, and it was just the Aqua Mirage Whispers trigger resolving that caused the glimpse here, which is still really, really good. There's so many massive glimpses in this deck because it is meant to be, like, Diana's meant to be more of an Astra champion. How do you think it compares to a more Astra Arisana deck in terms of glimpsing?
Well, you probably get a little bit less in terms of glimpse options. Arasana is fully built for glimpse, right? A lot of different glimpse options, especially stuff like the Regalia that allows you to just rest it in order to glimpse 3. You don't really get that kind of option in Diana, or it's a little bit more expensive in order to get it. So you are kind of relying on a lot of the water tools in the Water Astra Diana in order to get your glimpses. And the Aqua Mirage Whisper really does carry a lot of weight. It does a lot of work in this deck in terms of getting you deeper in. You can see like 6 glimpse, 8 glimpse, 10 glimpse sometimes, depending on how big the hit is. And if you do that on the turn that you go to 3, then you have a whole bunch of Ether Calling that you have access to.
Yeah. Oh, it's a very scary matchup, especially if you're not super like on Vanitas' end. If you're not super familiar, you just see your opponent glimpsing so much, being able to like arrange their decks as is, even if it's a bit more of a commitment for them.
Yeah, we have seen some massive damage out of Neutral End already. Joel already at 8 damaged counters marked on his champion, which is
Yeah.
pretty typical for these Diana decks. Like Diana decks, if left uninteracted with, can kill you on turn 3 pretty reliably. They have a lot of sources of extra damage, and that Crystalline Archer is a big one.
Yeah, the guaranteed distant every single turn for that Crystalline Archer is so good. Like, as we saw, it immediately dealt 4 damage to Joel as well. And even if he puts out another Taunt or Interceptor ally here, Neutron can take out basically, like, take care of basically anything that he puts out. But he's also already on Vanitas level 1. And here it is, immediately the Razor Gale Calling coming out. The class bonus Cleric only making it cost 2. So we're about to start also dealing like chip damage and taking care of neutral and herself, like himself. The Diana is
Mhm.
just gonna start accumulating a lot of damage because basically every single card Joelle plays is going to hurt neutral end.
Yep. And going to level 1 is an extremely good defensive play here as well, since Vanitas also enables the wind element. Even at level 1, it doesn't hurt you in order to release your Serene spirit here and gain that 6 health back. So Joelle is kind of sitting pretty on in terms of health count and what neutral end is going to need to put out in order to kill them.
Yeah, and there is. We were talking about this before the game started, but the Weaving Mana stream was used to pay for the flash grenade, so it was able to be loaded into the Aether Wing here, which is Aqua Mirage getting the guaranteed extra damage every single turn is going to be really, really good here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the weaving mana stream just becoming float over and over. It's like kind of like the dolphin. You know, you use it for floating memory, and then you bring it out. And if you manage to get it back into the graveyard, you can use it for floating memory again. But with weaving mana stream, it's even more streamlined because it just automatically loads it into your ether wing, which means that you shoot it, it goes back into your graveyard, and you immediately have access to that extra float. It is so strong.
Don't need need anything else to take care of it. Here is the reposition coming out. Another. This is what we're talking about. Like, even though it's only a floating memory, it's still, it becomes the guaranteed distant with the additional value off of it is really good. And it is only a 1 cost, while backstab does cost 2. So
Mm-hmm. And
pretty
this would have
powerful.
been a really big hit for the Crystalline Archer, but the Joel has that stifling trap ready to save the day.
Yeah. Now the question is, so Neutraline seems to take the damage from the activation of the stifling trap, but the Crystal Archer is still there. So backstab coming out as well. Oh no,
Is this evasive maneuvers? This is gonna be so good.
it's
Oh no, it's
yes.
another backstab. Okay. So this is just digging for a card.
Yeah, they're just digging, and
Oh,
there's the flash grenade. All
opting
right,
to use the flash grenade to protect his own ally.
I feel like it's a really good play here because he does need the 4 damage every single turn. Otherwise, Vanitas can just run away with the game, and now everyone's distant, and everyone is
Mm-hmm.
safe and happy. So I feel like this is the best outcome he could have had. He took out 2 reactions from Joel's hand, and while he did need to play 2 cards that give his card allies distant, or they give his units distant, they are still distant. Like he didn't really lose out on that much. The flash grenade is there for this specific reason,
Mm-hmm.
and if he wins the game off of it, no harm done.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's very cool. I think it speaks to what neutral end strategy in this game is, right? Neutral end playing
Yeah.
very aggressively here and is a little bit light on threats as Diana typically is. So kind of doing all in his power in order to keep his threats on board and making sure that he can continue dealing damage with them.
And I think neutral end specifically, since he's been playing Water Diana since Water Diana was a thing, he is definitely at the higher end of Diana players. So he knows the sequencing and what to do and when not to panic so well, as we can see. And that he is able to be so aggressive, like you said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, neutral end definitely a name that I have seen before. So you kind of got to trust that he knows what he's doing, that he has a plan, that he's working towards his goals here.
Absolutely. He's using the tactical retreat to cycle the card, even though Crystalline Archer is already distant. Why do you think people still opt to, like, is the card draw that incredibly good?
I think it is, and I think also Neutraland doesn't have that many ways to use all of his floating memory. Like he's got a reposition in the yard already, so that tactical retreat is sort of just extra at the moment because between the Weaving Mana Stream and the reposition, he'll be able to go to level 2 just off of float. So turning a float into a card is a pretty good strategy here, as opposed to just leaving it in his graveyard.
I don't even think he plays level 2, so you might be right that
Oh,
it's
really?
just, yeah, it's a level 1 low to the ground aggro thing.
Well, my mistake. Yeah, okay. I frequently see level 2 in this deck just as an easy way to get a bit of that extra burst. But maybe that makes a lot more sense if you're running some of the Astra cards. And like you said, this
And
deck, pure water, so
yeah, and there is the reposition gone as well for the Frostborn Paladin. Just put Neutron pushing so much damage, he already forced Joel to release his spirit and recover 6 off of it, which is really, really scary.
and still at this point has 12 damage marked on him, right? Out of 19, only another 7 to go, and that can easily be hit next turn.
We're at so Sensor was materialized, so Joel's definitely not going to level up this turn. He's relying on he really needed to see the Veiling Breeze here, because would you agree that one of the few weaknesses, well, one of the other weaknesses of the Diana deck is that they can only deal damage at slow speed on their turn?
Yeah, on the whole, that is, one of the problems with a lot of aggro decks, right? Unless they're doing a lot of spell damage, unless they have a lot of actions in their deck, most of the way that they're dealing damage is going to be damage that's slow, and that definitely holds true for Diana, because most of her damage comes through combat, right? Comes through her champion attacking with the Aetherwing. Um, but that does mean that neutral ends hits are going to be pretty big, especially if he has enough time to set up his ether charges. So a Veiling Breeze on 3 or 4 will prevent any damage from the allies, but you could still go over the top of that with a big Etherwing.
Yeah, and
I
well,
love this Fracturizing the
unfortunately
Sensor.
here, yeah, it says exactly what you want to do, because now your mana stream is back online, so you don't have to worry about you're not using it for floating, and in general your other floating is back online if you want to pay more than one and not just use the the weaving mana stream over and over again.
Mhm.
So you're so right.
Yeah, getting access to that Weaving Mana Stream is a core part of Water Diana's strategy because it is a shot every turn. It is an extra point of damage, and if you don't have any other ether charges, it enables that glimpse off of the Akamirage Whisper, which is so key towards setting up your future turns.
Yeah, and there it is, the mana stream used to materialize the Mana's Cascade here. Neutral and preparing for the Alchemira's Whisper to be gone very soon, so he can just start loading things into the Mana's Cascade, so get the on attack trigger off of comfortably.
Yeah, the on attack on Mana's Cascade is really interesting. I haven't seen this card come up that often. Of course, Neutral End is in a position where he wants every card in his material deck to cost at least 1 in order to keep using those Weaving Mana Streams over and over. So this makes a lot of sense for him. And the opportunity to kind of chip away at your opponent's influence with it seems very interesting.
Yeah, and you can easily get that trigger off 3 times. So you get to banish 3 cards, which is a massive hit to anyone's influence. But I feel like Wind Vanitas is in an especially tough spot where they cannot really get that influence high enough. Especially if
Mm.
like a good card is gone, if a card that like replaces itself is gone, then the engine halts to a stop.
Yeah, this has always been the problem with Razor Gale is in Wind, your options to keep yourself at high influence is almost exclusively down to Regalia. You do have the Windmill Engineer, which is a great way to keep yourself at neutral influence, and then you have stuff like Reclaim or Ace Protector in order to keep yourself neutral while recycling that same ally. but that is a slow, card-intensive process. So really what you're relying on is mostly staying neutral with your cards while using your regalia to draw extra cards, right? You get your Grand Crusader's Ring, you have maybe some baubles, you have backup charger, etc. So chipping away at Vanitas's influence is really going to hurt his ability to kind of get any extra damage, since all of his damage is going to come from card plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that, like you mentioned, he is using the water bubble here to get his influence higher. And Neutralian has been really, really good at not wasting the final hit of the Alchemira's Whisper here, so he can glimpse as much as possible. But Joel also bringing out the Cyclical Breeze, so he has the Veiling Breeze for next turn once again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is exactly where Razor Gale wants to be, right? If you can
Yep.
Veiling every turn, then you're chipping in for a couple of points of damage, and you're preventing all the damage that's being dealt to you. So really, Joel has just bought himself almost a free additional turn. This is, practically time walking his opponent.
Yeah, and when you consider that the Cyclical Breeze and the Veiling Breeze both deal damage to neutral end, it's a very spooky thing to see of like, oh no, their engine is fully online. Every single wind card he activates is 2 damage. That's you're just like, all right, I have to get them, I have to kill them and hit over that Veiling Breeze as soon as possible. But then you realize that the Veiling Breeze is coming back every turn and it is dealing 2 damage every turn. So it's a very tough situation to be in.
Yeah, it's not something that you can just wait out, like you said, because that extra damage is coming in turn over turn over turn. Neutral End is going to have to make something happen, even through one of these Veiling Breezes. Otherwise, the chip damage is just going to end the game.
Yeah. And there it is, like Joel just recovered too and glimpsed off of the 3 visits that he can activate whenever he wants, dealing 2 damage to neutral end, playing a Veiling Breeze right after, playing another 2 damage, dealing another 2 damage to neutral end, and then he has another 3 visits for next turn. So it's not fun to be neutral end here because he had such a strong start. But now that Vanitas has 2 Razor Gills and a Veiling Breeze, he can't do too much.
Yeah, this Veiling Breeze up for 3. So the Crystalline Archer can get in for 1 damage, but really this attack is more about the card draw, I think, burning some of that extra floating memory in order to refill.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. Is then when tactical retreat is there, it's out. So might as well get as much value off of it as you can. 1 damage is also 1 damage, so it's not definitely it's not too miffed about only dealing damage, but it is not 4.
This is this has got to be so demoralizing for neutral end, staring down this Vanitas. That 3 visits is still in the banish zone, ready to come back yet again, recovering Joel for another 2. While this Veiling Breeze is just sitting in front of you, saying you can't deal damage to me unless you really go all in, and such a terrible position to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Tangu drawing even more cards, so he Neutron hasn't been able to get a single hit off of Manus Cassidy. Not a single trigger, which is very sad to see here because if he did, if he could, then I feel like the game would look very, very different. Because getting those cards out from Joel's hand is always good.
Yeah,
And I
absolutely.
think that is a concession from neutral end saying, let's just move
Yep.
on to the next game. The first card he activates will just be game over anyways, so might as well move on and not wait because playing it out at that point is just being like, all right, just play a single card and I'm dead. Or play 2 cards and I'm dead.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Neutral end seeing the writing on the wall, not quite able to break through. Maybe looking for a more aggressive strategy going into round 2 if he can pull it off. Um, Although looking at his sideboard, I'm running into some more cards that I'm unfamiliar with. Sleety Retreat probably not going to do a whole lot here. Nefarious Timepiece is one of the new ones.
Yeah, if the fairest timepiece, I don't think anyone has really played that card before. Because of course you can pay 5 and draw a card, but figuring out what to name with it exactly, what regalia to name exactly, is very tough, especially in this matchup. Because Joel mostly just relies on main deck cards. His material deck cards are basically all about card draw or vanitas.
Yeah, this seems like a card that's not going to do a whole lot, so probably not something that we're going to see brought in. But nothing else out of the sideboard really looks particularly useful for this match. So I
I
think
think
he's.
I think
Go ahead.
Dahlia could be really good because if you can get a Dahlia big enough, then you don't really care or are worried about the Veiling Breeze because Dahlia can easily have like range 10 or more and then just go attacking for 11.
That is a very good point. I think what he's looking for, kind of as you say, is burst. And the Razor Gale deck isn't going to have a lot in terms of ways to clear the board. They're mostly preventing damage rather than being proactive about stuff on the board. So that could be a really good choice. The Surging Undertow could also come in as a way to get a couple of extra mills in order to power up that Dahlia. So it seems like a
Yeah.
completely reasonable choice here.
Another thing, oh, let's look at Joel's sideboard. If Dahlia's coming in, Nullifying Lantern has to come in. I feel like even if you're not sure if they have a Dahlia or not, if you see Water Diana, you bring in the Lantern no matter what.
Yeah, I think that's true. There's a lot of cards that don't care about the element that you're using unless they're outside of the graveyard. Like we saw Mana's Cascade, right? That only cares about the element of the card once it's loaded into the Aetherwing. But I definitely expect to see these two Cleansing Reunions coming in. There's also two Innervate Agilities. Spell Shield Wind is a completely reasonable choice here. I don't think we'll see the Verdigris Decree coming in, but most of the other cards in this board are going to be pretty effective in this match.
Yeah, I agree with you that there are so many good defensive cards here that he can bring in. It's like he was just prepared for it. He knows what he wants. He knows how he wants to protect himself, and he's got it.
Yeah, I mean that is the power of this deck, right? If you have enough defense, your win is inevitable. It's almost like Luxem in that way.
Yeah, it's very scary because even at a lower level, it can almost pull off what Luxem does with the 3 visits and the Veiling Breezes, and just if he brings in the spell shields and agilities, there's just not much neutral end can do because he's just gonna sit there twiddling his thumbs, waiting to have the ability to attack, but he won't even get the chance.
Yeah, and this is just another reason that Dahlia would be a great choice to bring in. You're absolutely right, Clem. I hope we see it. Honestly, you rarely get to see a Dahlia on the field, so I think it would be really cool if it comes in and if it doesn't work here.
Yeah, and last time we saw Dahlia on stream here, it was attacking for I believe 13 or 14, so it was a very scary card. I hope to see the same thing from neutral ends on neutral end side here again.
Yeah, completely reasonable numbers.
Absolutely, just one hit a spirit. Uh, Neutral End seems to have started this game, but he did the usual Diana thing we talked about of not doing too much, keeping up the cards. Here is the backstep coming out, and then Joel had a wonderful turn one with the Windmill Engineer coming out and immediately getting to replace itself. Like you said, it's one damage is still one damage.
Mm-hmm.
So, other than replacing itself, it's slowly going to start chipping away. It's like a slower Razor Gill. It's a once a turn Razor Gill.
Yeah, sure. We also saw one of the more powerful plays that Joel could potentially be making early in the game. An Ace and Protector was in his memory after dropping down this Windmill Engineer. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that come out next turn, bringing that Windmill Engineer back, letting him continue to build influence using these powerful on-enter abilities.
Yeah. Ooh,
This is actually an
absolutely.
interesting play on Neutral End's part. So charge the soul is 1 damage to any unit, and then you load it into your Etherwing. This could have gone towards the Windmill Engineer.
Yeah,
So
taking out that 1 damage a turn, and I agree with you. It's an interesting decision. Do you have any idea of is he just gonna push for face as much as he can before Veiling Priest?
I mean, that's what that says to me. It says to me that either his goal is to push in as much damage as possible here, or actually seeing that Charge of the Soul was the only ether charge that he had on the Aqua Mirage, he might be really low on bullets here, right? He might be down to just the 1 ether charge, needing to get that loaded up when, otherwise there would be more preferable options.
Yeah, he could be. You're right. It's hard. I think it's hard to tell with this deck because there's so many cards that just do something else on top of them being an Aether charge, and I feel like that is what it has over the old bullet decks of Diana.
Mhm.
But you, I feel like if I were Joel here, I would be scared on why the charge soul did not go towards my Woodville Engineer.
Uh, Yeah, there's actually an interesting point made by chat. A reclaim would fizzle the card since it does target. So a
Oh,
reclaim in response to
true.
that would mean that the ether charge doesn't even get loaded up into the ether wing. So
No, because you're right. Joel does have 5 cards in hand, so he could very easily reclaim. You're
yeah,
right,
plenty
chat.
of fuel there. So in retrospect, a smart heads up play by Neutral End.
Yeah. And there is the reclaim is there as well.
Mm.
Obviously, they always have it. So neutral and did guarantee the damage at least, and because of the wording of these cards, of the wording of Charge the Soul and all of the Aether charges, the first effect does have to resolve for the latter to happen, for it to get loaded basically, because it's always
Yep.
something effect and then you may load it in. So that's a very very good catch from chat there. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely correct. And it far more important for Neutral End to get that loaded up into his Aqua Mirage Whisper than it is to try and get the Windmill Engineer off of the board on the off chance that Joel doesn't have the reclaim, which, as you say, they always have the reclaim.
Yeah, and he did have the Cell Sharpshooter in hand as well, as we could see. So they had other ways of dealing damage to it that did not risk an Aether charge being loaded into their Aether wing. So it's really
Absolutely.
good, nice to see. Uh, the genius is at play. It's like I feel like watching Neutron play Water Diana is like watching Jimmy Lay play his own decks. Like I mean his own archetypes, not his own deck. Like Jimmy Lay's archetypes, I feel like he's the one that pioneers them every single time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always a pleasure. Just just a Razor Gale coming out of Joel with 5 cards in hand. The Windmill Engineer not coming back. What do you think that? Why do you think that is, Jim?
I think it makes sense actually. I think Razor Gale, he seems like he's in a position where he maybe needs to play a little bit defensively, and if he has a plan for what he's going to be using his cards for, then the Windmill Engineer, that could potentially be a little bit of a greedy play, right? If he's trying to to build up into some other thing that he's doing this turn. I guess that depends entirely on what's in his hand, though.
That's good. It's fair. We can't really see his hand, so it cannot cannot foretell what's going to happen. In the meantime, a nefarious timepiece came out naming Censor of Restful Peace. So it's gonna hurt Joel a lot more to start stopping the floating memory or the other effects. Well, mostly the floating memory, obviously. Mana Stream itself having an additional effect on an additional ability on top of it being a floating memory.
Yeah, the Censor of Wrestle piece does seem like one of the more powerful things that Joel can do to interact with Neutral End. I mean, on top of all of his defensive tricks, the way that he slows down Neutral End's strategy is Censor and almost nothing else, unless he brought in the cleanse reunions.
Yeah,
So this makes a lot of sense from neutral end.
yeah. It's a also very 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 foresightful play. He knows what he wants and what will stop him from getting what he wants.
Bunch of extra damage off of this Cell Sharpshooter. I love to see this extra damage coming in from the various allies that neutral end has, right? The extra support from the allies, so he's not reliant on ether charges, which would make the deck kind of one trick, kind of maybe easier to stop, right? So this is a way around a lot of the intercept and taunts that are rife in the meta right now. This is a great way to kind of diversify your damage portfolio, if you will.
Oh, absolutely. And the wonderful part about Cell Sharpshooter specifically is that you can use the power cell it generates on itself and the backup charger power cell as well. So you can give it distant without needing to use a card that gives it distant on it. So it's the equivalent damage using a power cell on it versus making it distant.
Mm-hmm. So it's a lot of ways to actually build up that extra damage. We saw the Cell Sharpshooter come in last turn for 5 damage. That's a really big hit off of a 2 reserve ally.
Oh, absolutely. And because the power cell and range stacks, or it adds up. It can become a very big, very scary ally real quick for not a lot of investment. For basically 2 reserve and 1 card if you have reposition.
Mm-hmm. So I think we're seeing the fruits of Joel's strategy from the previous turn, just wanting to make sure that he has enough influence left up for backup charger, in addition to whatever else he might have wanted to play on that turn.
Yeah. And once again, he was forced to lineage release, but like you mentioned earlier, Vanitas being a wind element champion himself, it is not too detrimental. It's basically a free recover 6 that you can use whenever you want. Joel wants to stay safe, which is very understandable in this matchup. I feel like neutral end can just put down a couple of massive allies, and if Joel doesn't have the Veiling Breeze, it can get out of hand very quickly.
Yep, totally agree. Not a lot of percentage in leaving that up. Might as well recover when you have the ability to recover.
Both players thinking Joel once again keeping a lot of cards in hand, but we haven't seen a single Veiling Breeze come out from him. What do you think he's preparing? Is it a stifling trap?
It could very well be a stifling trap. That seems like the kind of thing that he'd want to keep back. We haven't seen a divine relic yet out of neutral end, so he could be holding back a Diablerie. Veiling Breeze obviously makes a lot of sense for him to be holding back right now, although he probably would have used one last turn if he had the
Yep,
opportunity.
you're absolutely right,
There it
and
is.
you were right about the Diablerie, man. I feel like webcam is one of those times when it's very hard to be able to tell like to be able to signify that yeah you have my divine relic now, enjoy using it, but actually how do we show that?
Yeah. And I think in this case, just using it immediately makes the most sense. So that's pretty good.
It does seem
So
that
this is
that is
this is a
exactly what
really
Joel did.
big a big swing in momentum for Joel, right? It's denying neutral end a card, it's giving him a card. It feels really good to pull this off against your opponent, but Joel is still not in that great a place right now. He has all this influence, but he only has the 1 Razor Gale on the board. His damage is not coming through very quickly, and he's going to need to hold off neutral end for a long time at this rate in order to get anything done.
So the moment you said he doesn't have too many cards and too much influence, he did use Fairy Whisper, too much damage. He did use Fairy Whispers going into another Fairy Whispers, which we didn't see the power of this last game, but we can absolutely see there's 3 Fairy Whispers in a row that is 3 damage. If he had another Razor Guild, would be another one. Oh, but there's the Veiling Breeze coming out. All right.
All right, yeah. Now his game plan fully online. He still has to get to another 12 damage in order to get through neutral end. So unless he finds another Razor Gale or finds some other source of damage, it's going to be a lot of cards to go through before he gets there.
Absolutely. And Joab revealing 5 cards here now. So he will need neutral end will need even more cards if he wants to deal any damage this turn. Most likely not going to do much other than maybe take care of that windmill engineer with the crystalline just to draw a card.
Right. Yeah, makes sense. I don't think he'll want to leave that threat on the board. And now that Joel has put his entire hand down, there's no threat of a reclaim or anything like that to save his ally.
There is no more worries there. Alright, he's using it to he's using the glimpse off of the Aqua Mirage, which is a very reasonable thing, I feel like, especially since he can't really do much and using a floating, not getting any value off of it it probably feels worse than only being using your Aqua Mirage just to glimpse a couple
Yeah,
cards.
and
A couple
Neutral End
cards is better
really
than no.
feeling the crunch in this situation too, right? He just glimpsed 3 all to the bottom. So he milled off the top sight unseen, got a float out of it. So that's nice. That's a lucky flip for Neutral End. But he's really not seeing the cards that he wants to be seeing here.
I also think that is probably why he attacked with Diana first. Is that if he gets a second floating memory, because oh no, he does. He have no. I thought I saw a tactical retreat, but I might have been wrong, and that might not be a tactical retreat in his graveyard. Because in that case, I don't believe he has any other floating memory.
Well, he does have the charge this all.
I had to charge this all. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, after
And
attacking, he got the
immediately
charge
cashing it
this all
in.
as well. You're right. Yeah. So the good thing about Crystalline, I think, is that it's an on-attack trigger. So even if you deal no damage, you still get to cycle through your deck and cycle those floating memories.
Yeah, Neutral and just using it to build up influence here, set up for potentially a more threatening turn, but he's not in a great place right now. He's got no Ether Wing on the field. He's got some allies that could deal a decent chunk of damage, especially if he has ways to make those allies distant. But a single Veiling Breeze is enough to just completely stop Neutral End for a full turn. And we've already seen Joel recycle Veiling Breeze in the previous game. Definitely seems like the kind of thing he'd be doing in this game as well.
Yeah, I don't think that it would be hard for him to find a cyclical breeze, especially with how much he's glimpsing and how many cards he can draw with his material deck. Like,
Yeah.
keeping your influence neutral is not bad when you're looking for a specific card and you're dealing damage in the meantime. There's the Razor Girl coming out, dealing 1 damage off of the other Razor Girl, so now every single wind card Joel activates will deal 2 damage. Which is very, very scary, I think.
Yeah, finally finding his second Razor Gale after spending all 4 of his Fairy Whispers to dig through his deck. So you know that deck did not want to deliver. But now he is sitting in a very comfortable place. He only needs to defend himself for maybe one, probably one, but maybe 2 more turns, and the damage will definitely come through.
Oh! Unless he has Dominating Strike. Which is not what Neutral End wants to see here, because it is 4 damage on its own, plus another 2 from the Razor Girl Calling.
Yeah, I think the 2 from the Razor Gale Calling is definitely happening here. I would not expect Neutral End to actually get hit by this. Yeah, and we're seeing a tactical retreat, so this is just going to end the combat. Dominating Strike not going to do any extra damage here, but just getting it played is still pretty effective.
Indeed. Which is, as you talk, there's tactical retreat. It ends combat, so technically it doesn't. So the Dominating Strike does have to resolve for us to go into combat, so you cannot use the Dominating Strike does have to resolve for us to go into combat, so you cannot use the tactical retreat in response to it. So the Razor Gale triggers do unfortunately still happen.
Mm-hmm. But
But
now he's got an extra floating memory. Now he's got a distant champion, and this is definitely going to be a powerful turn. Has the potential to be a powerful turn for Neutral End coming up.
yeah, it's definitely very comfortable, very comfy for Joel if he has the Veiling Breeze in hand. But Diana can also just get out of hand so fast. And Neutral End does have, like I said, he has the distant on Diana. It has 2 archers here. One of them is guaranteed to be able to be distant. Oh, the one broken Mustang came in from the sideboard. There's a forged
Yeah, I think he
scale
was
mail.
really worried about the sensor. So the Unbroken Mustang, the Nefarious Timepiece, all of it towards kind of the same end.
Yeah. And there's a prevention. There's a Veiling Breeze in response, I believe, to the forged scale mail, which can be banished. Like, once it's linked to a unit, can be banished to prevent the two damage from the next time it would be dealt. Your champion or the linked unit would be dealt damage.
Well, actually, that's interesting. It looks like he waited until after the scale mail came into play.
Oh,
So one of the damage from this Veiling Breeze was prevented, and Neutral End did get that card draw.
so the way it works is because each individual Razor Gale trigger is a different instance of damage. I believe only one of them got prevented by the scale mail, so that's why Neutron still got dealt one single damage. Because it's not the next two damage, but the next time damage would be dealt to prevent two of them. The wording's very important, and I don't think it's a very common wording in Grand Archive. It's usually the next X damage, not the next time damage would be dealt.
Right. And the scale mail also is optional. You may banish forward scale mail. So if you don't want to prevent this particular instance of damage, you can wait until the next instance of damage, which, as you say, not a very common wording in Grand Archive. Usually it's, as you said, the next instead.
Oh, there's the one damage coming through from a distant Crystalline Archer, and another one damage coming through. Joel would be. I mean, this is what the Vanitas deck does. It just survives long enough so that you can chip away. But when you think about how many times over Joel would be dead if he didn't have the protective cards, you see how much value he's getting off of them.
Absolutely. Without that Veiling Breeze, Joel would already have been dead 2 turns ago, probably.
Yeah.
Neutral and continuing to burn float just to draw the cards, right? Maybe getting that one damage in here and there, not a whole lot. So still has a lot of work to do if he wants to close this game out. Meanwhile, Joel is 4 cards away from a victory.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how quickly you can run away with the game as a Razor Gale Vanitas, but it's a very safe to remember and very. I think it's a makes Nutrient a bit less nervous that I believe every single Fairy Whispers is out of Joel's deck now, and
Mm-hmm.
they're the easiest way to deal damage with Razor Gale. It's just one cost. Yeah, it's just a one cost the wind card that guarantees 2 damage every single time you activate it if you have 2 Razor Gales.
Well, we
But
are
Joel.
seeing Joel go up to Vanitas level 2 here, which I think says something about what his game plan is. He might not have the cards he needs in hand right now to close the game out, but this is showing that he wants to get a little bit of that melee damage, Vanitas punching in for a hit or two, in order to try and close this out a little bit quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if he can't really attack with it because Neutraland has the tactical retreats, the extra life he can get off of Vanitas here is really, really comfortable. If he doesn't have the next Veiling Breeze or the Cyclical Breeze to get it back, then he definitely wants the extra life here. Doing some math on Joel's side, seeing if he can close the game out or not.
Mm-hmm. And given that every spell, Vanitas essentially acts as an extra Razor Gale, he gets an additional power whenever you activate a spell card. So
There's
that's a whoa, okay. I think we found our damage sources.
yeah, a Cyclical Breeze. The coming back, bringing the Veiling Breeze most likely back. Do I did the Cyclical Breeze dealing 3 damage. The second Razor Gale dealt 2 damage, so that's 5 damage plus Vanitas gonna get 2 extra. That's 3. That's 8 damage. That's 8 damage this turn,
Mm-hmm. This is an
which
easy
would be
lethal line if Neutral
exactly
End doesn't
lethal.
have any
Yes,
defense.
seems I need your help with identifying that card. Cause is it a charge to soul? It's something else, but I can't. I am
A
not.
neutral ends yard?
Yeah, the card that neutral and just played. Yes.
I think it's the etheric reforging, but I'm still not 100% confident on the pictures for the new
Oh,
cards.
you're right. Yeah. It does look very much like that. So
So this was I guess just to banish something from Joel's yard? Oh, in response to the cyclical breeze. Not that it
okay,
was
so
enough, because the third Razor
yeah,
Gale is a huge find here, but
yeah,
cyclical breeze has a target. So using the etheric forging in order to get rid of that target means that the cyclical breeze doesn't end up bringing the card back.
yeah. But it was still like in the end enough damage and enough of a threat where neutral and couldn't really do much, unfortunately, because it's just so much damage from every single Razor Gale and every single wind card played just absolutely destroys your mental, I feel like, and your champion by dealing so much damage on its own. So
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, the Vanitas player was able to find the damage he needed, and his defense, his walls, his fortress was unassailable. Neutral and not able to punch through enough damage in order to clear the game before Razor Gale did the thing. And finding that third Razor Gale at the end, like I kind of saw Joel sort of doing the math and working out his lines while bringing out his level 2. And I think he didn't feel like he had quite the damage that he needed, which is why Vanitas level 2 was going to come out. So I suspect he pulled that third Razor Gale off at the top, and that very much closed out the game.
yeah, and also think that in this case, you could see that neutral end really knew when to end the game or like when to move on to the next game in the previous one. And I think that's what happened in game 2 as well, is that he didn't exactly have the damage yet, but neutral end knew that he couldn't take it away, and and there was just enough defensive options for Vanitas there that it's over. And it's very unfortunate because both of these decks are so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Diana's the new fancy thing, so we're a bit more excited about her winning. But I really would have loved to see how a game 3 goes, or how the Diana deck can beat Razor Girl, because it's not a matchup. In my opinion, it's not a matchup that's like guaranteed lost for Diana. I'm interested to hear your opinions on that.
Yeah, no, I feel the same way. I think that can go either way. A lot of it is going to depend on whether or not the Razor Gale can get its defenses up, and whether or not Diana can punch through that early damage, right? Uh, it seemed to me like Neutral End's deck was maybe a little bit less focused on getting quick damage and more focused on abusing floating memory in order to get that extra punchy sort of mid-game damage, right? Getting 5 damage off of an ally, getting 4 damage off of an ally, but not a lot of the big ether wing hits that you'll tend to see out of a Water Astra Diana, right? Because they're just going for as many ether charges as they can pile up.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
this deck
definitely.
is almost uniquely situated to get taken advantage of by Veiling Breeze, and I feel like it's a choice in the meta to try and come in under some of these fire decks, right? So fire decks that have a lot of life early on in the game because they turbo up so fast. This is a deck that can get a bunch of damage, like a surprising amount of damage with regularity. It's not just petering out after dealing 15, 19 damage, right? This can just keep going and keep going and keep going with all of that floating memory. So I think it's an interesting choice into the meta. I think it's a great choice into the meta. Um, but Vanitas Razor Gale is like just randomly the perfect counter to this strategy.
Yeah, I agree with you. And after looking a bit more at neutral end's deck, it definitely feels like more of a unique to the deck issue, and like the play style that he chose for his deck, which is, like you said, really good considering everyone's playing Ryle, everyone's playing level 3 decks right now. So to being able to hit for 8 on turn 2, turn 3 consistently is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Just not right now, not in this specific matchup.
Yeah. Very cool seeing a Razor deck kind of make the rounds, though, right? Like you don't. It's the kind of deck that comes back every once in a while. I feel like Razor Gale. I feel like Fractals is going to be in this position. I know Slimes is currently in this position. It's one of those decks that people are like, well, I don't know what to play, and nobody else knows what to play either. So maybe this deck is good again. And
Bring it back.
yeah. So
Yeah, no,
I'm thrilled to see Razor Gale still around.
it's interesting because I also am like happy to see something come back. It's been almost a year since Razor Gale first debuted, but I was uh, now it's kind of a nostalgic, nice to see it be back kind of deck. You're absolutely right about it, and it's definitely something that will, for the most part, always be a reliable fallback plan. If you don't know what to play, but have a Razor Gale deck built, there's just a couple of cards you have to swap out to optimize the deck. But Joel didn't even have any of the new cards. He played one. He played a one-off Gale Stream Insight, and that was it.
Mhm.
Everything else was all the Razor Gale, or like what we've seen before as well. So it's definitely very different. And now, like that, and it has in a very different position than it was back then. But
Mhm.
the deck is the same, and deck is fun, and it's very different. There's a very different mindset going into playing Razor Girl nowadays than when it was all over the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like you have to be a fan of Razor Gale in order to bring it back, right? You're not just gonna have somebody like, oh, maybe I'll play Razor Gale. You have to enjoy the deck. You have to be looking for what it has on offer.
Yeah, a real fan. But I think shortly we'll go to a break here because we need to stretch our legs. For me, the last game went so long, I didn't really have a time to grab a bite to eat or and a sip to drink. But it's been a real pleasure casting with you, Jim. I know we have never done this
Yeah.
before, and I
No, I
really,
think this
really
is
enjoyed it.
yeah, I think this is the first time I've been able to sit at the casting desk with you, Clem, and it's been enjoyable.
Yeah, and I hope all of you guys enjoyed it as well. And I think we'll see you guys back here in about 10-15 minutes.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to the Yeti's DTR weekly webcam event. I am Jim the Eternal, and joining me for round 3 is PerfectKalcium. Calcium, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm pretty good. Last round was a sort of blast of the past, right? Where we saw Razor Gale again, new versus old with that Diana. Very, very enjoyable. And yeah, I'm very excited for round 3. I think it's going to be pretty
Me
interesting.
too. Yeah, I,
Yeah,
I think we have some really interesting decks coming up for round 3. So
definitely.
one of these decks is one of the sort of the newer decks that we've been seeing. We've seen the suited deck coming out with sometimes a warrior, sometimes an assassin. In this case, we're going to have a Lorraine deck running all of these suited cards. What do you think about the suited deck, Calcium?
I think the suited deck is really interesting. Uh, I like to play a lot of allies, usually win allies, and another one of my locals who likes to do that, they were just like, you know what? Suited is wind, but better, faster, lower to the ground. You know, you've got these cardistry things. If you can actually play them out, you go, look, I have a straight on board. It's going to be difficult for you to do anything. There's just a lot of there's a lot of value, right? And each card giving each ally giving every other ally a synergy is, I think, a really great idea for an archetype.
Yep, totally agree. The concept is very cool. And like you were saying, just the synergy and the value you get out of these suited allies is wild, right? Just being able
Yeah.
to refill for relatively cheap, being able to cheat out extra cards off of Duchess or off of the
Mhm.
Four of Hearts. Like, these are some really powerful cards.
Yeah, and if the Queen of Hearts comes down, your opponent is basically like, well, okay. You know, they're definitely in a tough spot at that point. All of your allies are immortal, and if I manage to do this, if I manage to kill it, they're still gonna have +1 attack for this turn. That's kind of annoying. So, and of course,
Uh,
suited, you can just bring out the Rot.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, I think we're seeing more of an aggressive bent on the suited deck here. So we're going to see some Arthur Young heirs. We're going to see some blazing throws in there. A couple of March hares, which is interesting.
Oh,
So we should see
yeah,
some really interesting aggression out of this deck.
yeah. Looking, yeah, okay, we have two Mad Tea parties.
Uh
So
huh.
I think that's such a great card, especially in suited. Uh, Going into them, though, is going to be this Fragmented Fire Dao-Chan. So what's interesting here is it is a level 3 Dao-Chan. In fact, we do see two Lubus there. Any other Terra cards? Well, okay, we do have the Looking Glass for Consumption Ring and Inert Sword, and we do have 4 Cheshire Cats to try and take advantage of that as well.
Yeah, Looking Glass is really interesting there. We're also seeing a Scepter of Awakening for additional tarot cards, which plays really, really well
Oh,
with the Fragmented Spirit.
yeah, I think one thing I'm super interested in the sideboard is this poisonous apple. When I saw that card released, I was like, "Ooh, finally something to punish all of these decks." But we haven't really seen it too often. So it's in the sideboard. So I'm very interested to see whether it'll come in.
Yeah,
But
most of the time you see people trying to turn off the opposing strategy, right? You see stuff like Censor Restful Dreams. So Poisonous Apple coming in is like a way to punish your opponent. Seems like an
yeah,
interesting choice.
looks like we're gonna
Uh,
go right into gameplay here. We have the
and
Looking Glass out.
sorry, the UD
Yeah.
playmat just absolutely sends
Oh.
me here. This is so perfect.
I would not really expect the Terra, to be honest, right? Uh
Hmm.
that would be I'd be like, okay, well, UD, that's just a cool playmat. No one, surely no one is level 3 now Chan.
Yeah, right. It feels like it's kind of giving the game away, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. There's our spirit fragment for the fragmented Spirit of Fire, of course. Dao Chan taking the first turn. So, what is Dao Chan looking to line up, especially being that this is a level 3 deck? Let's have a look.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I'm kind of looking through the deck list and trying to get a feel for how this deck plays, what it's trying to do. And it looks like the Terra part of the deck isn't necessarily the most important part of what it's trying to do. You know, you still have stuff like Fire Bloom Flourish, you still have Fractal of Sparks, you still have a lot of the Diao Chan kind of aggro cards in here. So I think that may be the goal, is to put some pressure early, and maybe he's looking for a little bit of floating memory early on. Maybe he's looking for something like Searing Rebuke because it's just a generally powerful card. But I
Yeah.
think the early game is more about kind of keeping pace with their opponent.
Yeah, so on the Dutch side, we do have a Fractal of Sparks as well as a Fractal of Mana. Going to the Lorraine side for suited, we do see that Mad Tea Party coming out as well as a 3 of Hearts. And 3 of Hearts coming in for 2 damage. So 3 of Hearts, I think a really great example of cardistry, right? Being able to draw a card and then discard a card, great ability for getting fire in the grave and or just filtering your hand to try and get to what you need. And it's also just a 2/3, so absolutely fantastic.
Yep, coming in for that initial 2 damage, a very standard start.
Yeah. Going to Dao Chan, we're going to bring in our inert sword. So with a looking glass, we are allowed to play it as it is a distortion, using our fractals to pay for the additional cost to materialize.
Unfortunately, not going to get the class bonus on the inert sword, but 2 damage is still really good on a relatively cheap regalia here.
Yeah, and definitely if they have a Cheshire Cat in hand, placing it down would make it a 3 power ally.
And that would feel like that's pretty important here, right? Like, I'm sure that Porcelain is in a position where they want to keep the board clear. They want to give themselves time to build up their resources, give themselves time to hit that Terra, and maybe get an advantage that way. So presumably they're looking for something they can do here to keep the board clear.
Yeah, playing into suited and seeing that 3 of Hearts, I think there's a few decks that you can think of, but also seeing that Mad Tea Party, I think those are pretty big clues towards it being just a suited deck. Keeping suited off the board is so important because of that massive synergy that they get.
Yeah,
See another
absolutely.
Fractal of Sparks here. And
so
we're going to
currently
pass
reservable, but no class bonus yet. We haven't seen Diao Chen 1 come out yet.
Yeah, do have a Fire Resonance Bauble, and we're going to go ahead and crack that to draw a card. So, against Fragmented, obviously it's pretty safe to bring out that Fire Bauble, but also, against the Serenes, just bring out early to make sure that they're not going to do any sort of releasing or that you forget. I think that's a big thing.
Yeah, no,
I'm definitely guilty of that. Yeah. Drawing a card.
Yeah, Porcelain is in kind of an interesting position here, right? So their deck is mostly aggressive, but also has this kind of late game buyout with Terra. But I think that might make the deck a little bit more unfocused, a little bit closer to that mid range. And given that he's up against a Lorraine suited deck, this could be potentially something that comes in a little bit under Porcelain's walls.
Yeah, and I think here we might see the start of that. Arthur coming in, Arthur Young Heir, for 2 damage there, and then allowing the 3 of Hearts to come in for 3.
Just a really massive hit for this first turn.
Yeah. In response, though, we're going to get a fast cure, and the influence is low enough. We're going to go ahead and recover 4.
Oh, that's so good. And that works well. That works perfectly into kind of the reservable / fractals angle that Porcelain has going right now. All of his influence is essentially on the board in the fractals as pseudo influence. So very easy to sort of get under his opponent for that fast cure, gain that health back, and move up to level 1 off of the floating memory. Very strong move.
Yeah, that is pretty dang good. We're gonna come up to dash hand level 1 off of that fast cure, and let's see here. So yeah, like you said, there's 3 fractals on board. So while the hand size may be relatively small, the amount of possible reserve is actually quite large.
Yeah, it looks like Porcelain has quite a few options here. So we'll see what ends up coming out.
Paying 3. There it is. We're gonna get our Cheshire Cat, and this is one of our newer cards. Very cool. Playable with the Looking Glass, as it is a distortion ally. Spell shot and stealth, and it gains the activated abilities of Distortion Regalia as well as the base power among distortion weapons you control. So that inert sword giving it a +2.
Yeah, so turning Cheshire Cat into a 3/3 Spell Shroud Stealth is just incredible. This is going to be so difficult for Striker to deal with. This is just going to every turn be able to pick off another unit, Striker's going to have a really hard time keeping any allies on board with this.
Yeah, absolutely. I do not believe there's any suited card that naturally comes with True Sight. So this is just tough. Cheshire Cat taking out the 3 of Hearts. Going back to Striker, we have the GCR coming out and an Ashen Riffle being played.
So we do have a sort of seeking in Striker's deck. So if he really wants to make it work, he might be able to build up an attack. But
Yeah,
otherwise, I think he's not got a lot of options.
Yeah, Ashen Riffle only have 1 hit there. It is the Duchess. We did see a March Hare and a Red Hare sent out at the bottom. I didn't see the last card, but yeah, only 1 hit off the Ashen Riffle, getting that Duchess there. Let's
Not
see.
really what you want to see.
Yeah,
You know, the real benefit of Ashen Riffle is trying to get some extra value out of your suited objects, right? So if you're only seeing 1 card, Ashen Riffle staying essentially neutral, and you can't even use that card to pay for costs, it's sort of pseudo influence. So it's that's a rough pull.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Here we're going to see a 5 of Spades come out. So
5 of Spades is a big boy.
It is a very big boy. You know, if we still had our 3, of course, feeding into that cardistry would be just that much easier. On the bright side, it is a 1/4. The Cheshire Cat isn't going to instantly take it out. And even if that does happen, it's a floating memory.
Mm-hmm.
So Arthur coming in for 2, and then the 5 of Spades coming in for 2.
Pretty good here.
Pretty good. Looks like we are going to get a response. Oh, okay. It's a
Shimmering Refraction.
Yeah.
So Diao-chan using her glimmering counters early, which is an interesting choice. So this is kind of Porcelain's saying here that he values the card, I think, more than he values the flexibility of the glimmer counters, right? So burning those glimmer counters in order to use the Shimmering Refraction out of memory in order to draw an extra card. It is some damage on Striker, and given the amount of Fantasias that are on the board, that's actually a noticeable amount of damage. Hits for 5, I think. So that's pretty strong. But it does mean that Porcelain doesn't have the option to respond later on if he's looking for a way to deal with stuff that are on the board or something that's coming out of Striker's hand that's going to cause trouble.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to materialize the Everflame Staff here for Porcelain. And, you know, I think one thing there might be, of course, we'd be willing to give up our Glimmer counters, considering we are going up to level 2. So,
yeah, that's true. So a way to refill the Glimmer counters is pretty useful.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, like you said, there's enough Fantasia on board that it actually hits for a decent amount. And with Striker still on Spirit, 6 damage is actually, you know, that plus the Everflame Staff coming in for 4, and the Cheshire Cat being hitting for 3. That's actually, you know, quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, I don't know if the Everflame Staff is going to be able to go off this turn. It does require 3 additional sources of spell damage before the Everflame Staff is active. But on board, we are seeing 7 damage as it stands.
Yeah. Let's see here. That is... Ooh, I never remember this card.
Yet another Fantasia, the Scorching Impairment.
Yeah, it is another Fantasia. Oh yeah, Scorching Impairment. All right. So I think this is a really interesting card actually because it could potentially help your opponent, especially in this matchup here, right? Where allowing them to put a fire card and or another suited card in their graveyard could essentially help out their game plan.
Interestingly, Scorching Impairment is a spell. Oh, it's not dealing damage. Never mind. I had it confused with the Fire Bloom Flourish. I thought we were going to get some activations for the staff, but not yet.
For the staff. Yeah, we are going to go ahead and level up into Lorraine, as well as bring out our Impact Hammer, it looks like.
Impact Hammer, that's a strong choice. I wonder if we're going to see a Heated Vengeance here.
Yeah, I instantly have to look through the deck.
No Heated Vengeances at all.
Heated Vengeance, yeah. So
okay.
That's interesting. All right. We are at 11 out of 20, though. That being said, the Mad Tea Party is it looks unlikely to be dealt with at this point. So any ally that we bring in, of course, is just going to go ahead and heal us and try to bring us out of that dangerous range.
Yeah, Porcelain is really threatening a lot of damage right now, right? Holding up some cards, so potentially some damage from there. We have 2 damage on the board from the Fractal of Sparks. There's potentially 3 damage from the Cheshire Cat, and if we get enough sources of spell damage, there's another 4 damage from the staff. So that's really a lot of potential sources of damage, and potentially enough to just knock Striker out next turn if he gets there.
Yeah, absolutely. That being said, it's pretty likely that we do get an ally for suited. Let's see, 3 going down into memory. 4 thinking.
How many cards are in Porcelain's hand? Because I'm thinking a Searing Rebuke here would just be incredible.
I believe it's 2 in hand right now.
Oh, but he has a bunch of fractals, so definitely
Yes,
not a concern.
there are enough fractals for enough for searing.
2 damage
Are they
coming in.
coming?
Are we going to see the rebuke?
I think it's here. There it is. Searing Rebuke.
This is rough.
So,
This is rough.
Yeah. Definitely. So that's going to prevent that 2 damage from Arthur, leaving 1 prevention, as well as dealing 3 back to Striker. Putting them at 14.
So now if Striker wants to get any more damage in this turn, he's got to power through that remaining point of prevention, taking another 3 damage, putting him at 17 out of 20, which with the Fractals of Sparks already available, that's almost immediately lethal.
There we go. So we do see that Fractal of Sparks eating up that last point of Searing Rebuke in order to deal another 3. Bring to 17 right there. So yeah, that's very, very tough for Striker. Take a look. And okay, it looks like a concession.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. There's no way.
Definitely a
Only
tough
3
position.
damage left. The Cheshire Cat's already there on board. There's no way. Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm kind of impressed. I thought I have to admit, in my heart of hearts, I did not think that the Terra Diao-Chan deck was going to make it work here. But managed to not get run over. Had a decent amount of ways to keep the board clear. Especially that Cheshire Cat seems very, very powerful when in this kind of setup. So
yeah, definitely.
Good job, Porcelain.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing there is it mostly, it sort of ran sort of what you would normally expect out of Diao-Chan. It's just that Cheshire Cat really locking in, especially against these suited allies where, a lot of them being fire, they don't have a whole ton of life. So, that 3 damage is actually worth quite a bit there. Let's take a look at their sideboards. What do we think could come in for Striker? We do see 1 more Mad Tea Party. 3 Scavenging Raccoons, 2 Staggering Strikes, 3 Trump Sets, 3 Unbroken Mustangs, and 3 Fiery Interference.
Yeah, nothing that really speaks to me here. Fiery Interference, maybe a card that comes in. We did see the Fast Cure doing good work for Porcelain. So something that prevents recovery seems like it could be useful on Striker's side. But the other cards are mostly the wrong kind of defense here.
Yeah, I think maybe, Striker might think of an Unbroken Mustang. Okay.
Well, we've been having some issues with the cameras, so the players are going to take some time to fix it, and they're getting a time extension while we're waiting. So we're going to talk at you for a little bit while that's going on. Yeah, these sideboards.
So yeah, so I could also see Striker perhaps thinking about the Unbroken Mustang, right? Just saying like, well, that inert sword caused me a whole lot of trouble. Maybe I'll just go ahead and put this in and take out. You didn't necessarily see their whole material deck. Maybe there's something else that you'll need to take out in the future as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And I guess we didn't see Diao-Chan level 2 or 3 come out that game either.
No, so it would be a big surprise, I think, for Striker to see Diao-Chan level 3.
Absolutely.
moving on to Porcelain's sideboard, we see the Chateau Decor. So that's a very interesting one. I don't think it's coming in.
Yeah.
It's to deal with buff counters.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be coming in. There is a chibi, which potentially puts attacks on attackers. So that might be a thing that comes in.
I think
But
that'll
otherwise,
happen.
there's kind of the standard, right? There's 4 resolutes in the sideboard, and those are almost assuredly coming in.
Yeah. Do we see the UD actually get moved into the main?
My suspicion is no. I don't think that Porcelain is expecting to go to level 3. I think that the level 3 choice is for longer games, and one way or another, I do not think between the suited aggro deck and the Diao-Chan mostly aggro deck, we are going to be seeing a level 3 here.
I think that's very fair. All right. Our players are back, and we're shuffling up. Let's see. One last thing. Those Resolute Stance. Pretty sure they're going to come in for Porcelain.
Yeah, pretty confident.
All right.
And then the rest of the sideboard is mostly Regalia Hate, which probably not too important here.
Yeah. Or perhaps, if we're not going to level 3, my precious Poisonous Apple will make.
Yes, because of all of the floating
memory. I was going to say. You know, sometimes you're just that far ahead. You know, you're just gonna give them the apple anyway. Striker taking first turn. Okay, this is a classic. You know, just fire aggro first turn. Arthur, young heir coming in and getting immortality. So,
just a great setup
on board. Yeah, absolutely.
So, what is a good first turn, like a good aggressive turn for the suited deck? All of the different cards in the suited deck kind of line up by activation cost, right? So, you know, you have the 2 reserves, the 3 reserves, the 4s, the 5s. What kind of start is Striker looking for here?
I think obviously Arthur is a really great one. But if not, the 5 of spades is actually not very bad, right? It's got 4 life, so it's a little hard to take out. In addition, if they do something to it, it is a floating memory. So you know you're basically getting that back, and if it stays out, which it is likely to do, it is of course 1 more cost towards your cardistry.
Absolutely.
See 2 Fractal of Insight on Porcelain's board.
And I think this is the kind of start that Porcelain wanted as well, right? Porcelain in general wants to be able to get those fractals out, get the Fantasias onto the board, start beefing up the Shimmering Refractions, because it seems like that was a pretty key source of Porcelain's damage in the previous game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And as you talked about, that pseudo influence, already having 2 on there, that is something that I think if you're Striker, you really have to actually think about even this early. Fire Resonance Bauble coming out, so Striker is just looking to draw some more cards, maybe see just the right suited ally, because as you mentioned, the biggest thing is that they do line up in reserve cost. So unfortunately, having all of the exact same does not reduce your cardistry cost.
But with the card draw, potentially setting himself up to bring out a 2 and a 3, that could be done off of a 7-card hand. Although red hair, maybe
red hair.
A better choice.
Everyone loves Arthur red hair. That is, of course. Okay, so when we talk about great starts, that is definitely one of them. Arthur swinging for 2 and red hair being a 3/3 actually goes up to 4 powered thanks to Arthur's bonus. And here we do see a 4 of hearts. So the 4 of hearts,
fantastic card here.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting card. The card tree essentially allows you to cheat out another fire or norm suited ally card that costs 3 less. So even with the 4 of hearts by itself being the only suited ally, that is still 3. See a fast cure here, and we're going to go ahead and level up to Diao-Chan level 1.
Yeah, Porcelain starting off with the same powerful start that they did last game, healing for that recovery on fast cure, and then using it for the floating memory.
Yeah, so if you're Porcelain and you see, this really large, a Fire Bloom Flourish coming out. You see this, you see this relatively threatening board here, especially with Arthur. What are you looking to do?
I mean, I think Porcelain is looking to defend himself, right? Porcelain is in this position with a bunch of aggressive cards coming in. So he's going to be looking for ways to either clear the board, like with Cheshire Cat in the previous game, or ways to just keep himself alive as he builds up the critical mass on board to take advantage of. So more of these Firebloom Flourishes, more Fantasias, more support for all of the cards that feed parasitically off of the other cards in his deck.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and pass, but that Fire Bloom Flourish is active thanks to Dao Chan as well as the influence there. So they're gonna draw a card into memory and get a Glimmer counter. Let's see what Striker
This is such a
is looking
powerful
to
card.
materialize. Oh, absolutely. Fire
And we're
Bloom
already
Flourish.
seeing 4 Fantasias on the board, so this is a perfect setup to Shimmering Refraction for a 5 again, just like he did last game.
Yeah, and that could actually as well take out the Arthur, which would also turn off Red Hair and stop that power bonus coming in if needed. Take a look what Striker could be thinking on. Unlikely to be Censor right now. Could be the
Seems a
Granger
bit
Stage
early for
to
that.
draw more. Oh, yep, there it is.
Yep. Sometimes all you need is cards. I think that's
Yeah,
completely fair here.
I mean, I think if you're a card, a TCG player, you love drawing cards. You want to see all the cards in your deck, and GCR gets us there a little faster.
Might
Pre-ink
also
too.
be doing this as a way to set up for a cleaner array of costs, right? So is this the looks like the 3 of spades?
Yes, 3 of spades. So that does put 2 different suited allies. Oh, that is, I believe, a Noir Ace of Spades.
Nice.
So this is one of the things with suited allies. So here we're activating the cardistry of 4 of Hearts to bring out another ally. So of course, a big thing here, 2 of Hearts. So let's go ahead and count. We have 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that is one of the breakpoints for cards
Yeah,
such
that
as
is
Noir.
exactly what you want to see for Noir.
Yep, there we go.
Very cool.
Very strong. Arthur
Oh, this
coming
is
in.
such a massive turn too, with Arthur's
This is
bonus on all the
this is a
allies.
huge turn. Red Hair coming in for 4. They're also going to discard and then draw. 4 of Hearts coming in. That's going to be 3.
I think Porcelain is looking for a good opportunity to use a Searing Rebuke, but you might just need to use it. Oh, no, we've got
Oh,
another
it's
faster coming out.
Yeah,
Okay,
covering
I can
4.
respect that.
And then we're going to see 3. Yeah, just every single one of these allies is going to go ahead and swing. And that Noir with 2 buff counters, as well as, because there are other suited allies on board, Stealth, that is sort of a tough position. Porcelain already at 15 damage counters with Noir.
Noir coming in for another 4. This is lethal.
Oh, yep. There.
Absolutely incredible. What a massive turn from Striker. That setup with all of the suited allies and then Arthur enabling Red Hair. This was so good.
Yeah, and the cardistry in response to Noir coming in was absolutely fantastic. Getting to that 10 breakpoint was, I mean, incredibly important in this one, but just really masterful.
Yeah, I hadn't actually seen that play before, and I really like it. With Noir's on enter on the stack, using Noir as a new cost for a suited object, allowing you to discount the 4 of Hearts by that much more, letting you use the 4 of Hearts ability with Noir on the stack in order to bring in yet another suited object to manipulate the cost total for Noir's ability. That's very, very cool.
Yeah, that's absolutely something that I would never have thought about, and seeing that in action is so neat. Yeah,
Well,
getting to
go ahead.
I would say getting to those breakpoints sometimes can be difficult for a suited player, right? If you have sort of the wrong cards in hand, you see that they don't quite add up. But playing Noir in order to reduce that cardistry cost is really quite cool.
Yeah, it's a really neat way to use those abilities. Well, Striker full of neat things, especially that quick turnaround from the previous game. Game 1 seemed decidedly in Porcelain's favor, and this time, even with 8 recovery off of the 2 fast cures, Striker still found lethal by turn, what, 4? That was amazing.
Yeah, that was. I mean, that's the strength of that suited deck, right? You see, uh, Arthur, of course, being a fantastic card, but the synergies between all those suited allies.
The board was just so innocuous, right? Well, not innocuous. It's Arthur and red hair. Nothing is innocuous about that. But he managed to pull out another 15 damage of allies in that turn, which is what a deck.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and Porcelain's gonna go ahead and start us off. Seeing that fragmented Spirit of Fire again, of course. Uh, that is 2. Are those fractals and sparks? Yeah.
Yeah, both of those are fractals and
Fractal
sparks.
sparks. Yep. So another, absolutely strong start from Porcelain here. That's like you said, kind of what you want to see.
Yep. Definitely setting up for another fast cure, immediately going down on influence by getting those fractals into play, getting that pseudo influence on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Back to Striker. Let's see. 4. Okay, I was gonna say we could see another Arthur, but instead we're gonna see a 3 of Hearts. So this is actually looking quite a lot like the first game. Basically the same board, in fact.
Yeah, 3 of Hearts is one of the good ones. It is a 3-cost 2/3 ally, which already fine, and then has the additional upside of the cardistry ability. So definitely a pushed card.
Yeah, it is one of the few suited cards that I believe is actually quote unquote correctly costed. The rest being a little overcosted for their stats.
Yeah, and in theory, that is made up for by the powerful synergy of the cardistry abilities, and we saw that was exactly the case in the previous game.
Yeah, in fact, okay, it looks a lot like game 1. We're gonna go ahead and materialize our inert sword. So perhaps another Cheshire Cat play, which of course would be really strong, right? Taking out that 3 of Hearts.
Absolutely, yeah. Strikers start here looking a lot more tame than in game 2. Like you said, very close to that game 1. And are we seeing an exact repeat? Is this
I
another
think
Cheshire
we
Cat?
might see the Cheshire Cat. I'm gonna say
I think that
there's
makes sense.
never
Like, why would you
anything.
bring out the inert sword if you didn't have the Cheshire Cat?
Oh, okay. It's because you have a Zhang Zhao.
Solid.
There's going to be a response here. Ooh,
Ah.
fiery interference. Okay, I like this card. So here instead of the recovery, we're actually going to have Porcelain get dealt 2. And because, of course, targeting the champion, the controller can't recover. So they're just going to go ahead and take 2 damage with no recovery off the Zhang Zhao. Looks like they're
Zheng
going
Jiao looks a
to
lot
use.
worse when it's a 1/2 with no on enter.
Oh, absolutely. We are going to see Zhang Zhao and the inert sword go into that 3 of Hearts, though, or to clear, try to make sure that board is a little empty. So now that if you're Striker, what are you looking for here? I mean, you're going to fill your board, but what are you looking to fill your board with?
I mean, I think Striker is always going to be on the lookout for Arthur. I think Arthur is the most powerful card in this deck, right? And then the real benefits for the other suited cards is the ability to flood the board once you have a good setup. So maybe we'll see, 2-3 cards come down this turn. But I don't think Striker's going to be able to get that much damage in just on this turn. So I think an Arthur is really perfect for him if he can find one.
Yeah, and we did see those. Oh, well, yeah, we did see those fire interference, come in from the sideboard to deal with those fast cures. Duchess coming in with the Kindle. So Duchess pretty strong here, 4 power. So, already bringing Porcelain to 8 while still on Spirit.
Yeah, this is a really strong hit. It does not look like Striker is going to be in a position to take advantage of Duchess's extremely expensive cardistry ability, but a 4-cost ally is that or a 4 damage ally is not nothing.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting to see whether or not Porcelain's willing to use the last durability on that inert sword in order to take out Duchess, because Zhang Zhao cannot do it by themselves.
Yeah, I think that's going to be entirely dependent on whether or not Porcelain has access to that Cheshire Cat from before. But he is very, very low on influence. Not a lot of cards that he has access to, and not a lot of card draw either, choosing to bring out Diaochan level 1 and burn a card due to the lack of floating memory.
Yeah, there are 4 cards in hand, so that is just enough if we do want to see Cheshire Cat here. And I think we can't forget the 2 fractals on board as well.
Mhm.
So, and of course, being Daochan, there, there you go with that
There
Fire
we
Bloom
go.
Flourish. Just about to say, you don't mind being that low on influence.
Yeah, this is just another setup turn, right? It's the same kind of setup that you see in the water fractals kind of combo-y decks. Every turn you want to be building up fractals until you hit critical mass, and I think the same holds true for fire fractals. You have the benefit of a few more aggressive fire cards. You also have the benefit of Searing Rebuke to be a little bit of defense and a surprising amount of offense. But once you start building up, this becomes a huge value engine to bring you all of those cards that you need in order to deal that extra damage.
Yeah, speaking of value, we actually had a second Fire Bloom Flourish come out. So, in response, it looks like before end of turn, Striker's going to play the 2 of Spades, which itself does have fast activation, as well as the cardistry to put a buff counter on it, taking advantage of Duchess being on board before the inert sword does take Duchess out.
Yep, that extra cost reduction from having a different cost suited object on the board, enough to make the 2 of Spades cardistry ability free. And then, of course, Duchess bites it to the inert blade.
Yeah, Zheng Zhao going in for 1, unable to take out that 2 of Spades because of that buff counter. And Fire Bloom Flourish is going to go ahead and place 2 cards into Porcelain's memory.
Oh, so good. I'm actually expecting to see an Everflame Staff come out for Porcelain. We have the extra spell damage sources from the Firebloom Flourish. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a Shimmering Refraction come out soon, which at this point would deal 5 damage, 5 Fantasias on the board, including that Spirit Shard. And we could have like a 10-12 damage turn next turn, easy. Maybe even more with
Yeah,
the Searing Rebuke.
and Dutchin has 4 Glimmer counters, which is, more than enough to sort of do that line of play. So let's see
Absolutely.
what
I think
Striker's
the
looking.
most
care about.
expensive reaction in Grand Archive is 5, and that is also a card that is reduced based on other factors. So usually you don't need more than 2.
Yeah, we're gonna see Striker go ahead and level up here into Lorraine and bring out the Impact Hammer. So 1 card to leave. Oh, okay. Well, at least in some way it is a floating memory. It's a 5 of Spades.
Yeah, an expensive card here too.
Yeah, I think Striker's probably pretty happy to see that go out, right? It's probably not the best card for this situation.
So that
Let's
Impact
see.
Hammer, potentially a little painful for Striker to be using, but it is 2 damage. So I think that's the idea here, is just looking to push a little bit harder than you would with the Sword of Seeking.
Yeah, we do see a 3 of Spades coming out. And that does give us another reduction on our cardistry. Taking out that Zhang Xiao.
Finally biting
And
it.
yeah, 2 of Spades going in for 2. So I think one thing, even though we see Porcelain's board looking pretty strong here, they are at 10 damage counters. So let's see if that
Yeah, this
Everflame
is
Staff.
I think a dangerous position for Porcelain. Porcelain needs to find some defense or needs to close this game out. And dealing 19 damage from this point is a pretty big task.
Yeah, as you predicted, the Everflame Staff came out, and that makes a whole lot of sense considering 2 Fire Bloom Flourish. So Striker's gonna go ahead and
Right?
take 2.
Yeah, that extra damage from the Firebloom Flourish acts as a spell. It is spell damage for the purposes of Everflame Staff. So Everflame Staff gaining those refinement counters immediately, and only needs one more hit in order to be ready to activate.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that hit. Let's see what's coming out here for 3. Okay, we have another Zhang Zhao, Way of Peace. So
Yeah.
3 would allow us to recover. And this time it's
No,
going to go
no
through.
interference this time. This would be a
Yeah.
massive interference.
But yeah, unfortunately for Striker, that did not happen. So person going to go ahead and recover 4. And probably just send that Zhang Zhao directly into Lorraine.
A recover 4 here is so big. Like 4 on its own, not that big of a number, but the difference between Striker needing to deal 9 damage and Striker needing to deal 13 damage is really a lot. Like 9 damage feels doable, and 13 damage is going to take a lot of work.
Yeah, I think we're unlikely to see with the influence in Striker's hand not being super huge this time. We do see a GCR come out in order to draw another card and an Ashen Riffle.
Not bad, not bad.
So,
This might be how he does it, right? If you find the right cards here,
okay.
see a
Well, this time
2
we
and a
did see
5.
2. Yes.
The 2 is
Is a
not bad.
1 and a 5. The
Oh, it's
Noir.
oh, it's Noir.
Looks like.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, how good is Noir here? We have a 4 and a 2 on the field? No, 3 and a 2. We have 6 on the field.
3.
So 6 is one of the breakpoints for Noir. That would make her a 2/2.
Yeah, it's not a bad play. Although, like you said, recovering 4 actually still makes it, kind of difficult to actually.
Yeah, we have
the
6
person have a
damage
turn.
on the field right now. So Striker needs to find another 7 damage out of his hand or this Ashen Riffle in order to make it work. Which, now that he's got access to that Noir, I feel like with the Noir and a Blazing Throw and any other ally, he can make it happen. But that is a pretty specific collection of cards. And that requires Porcelain to not have any kind of defense. Which, Diao Chan's sitting there with 5 Glimmer counters, 4 cards in memory. If one of these isn't a Searing Rebuke, I will eat my non-existent hat.
We also have those 2 fractals as well. So let's see here.
Yeah, definitely all of the ability to react here in the world.
2 of Spades is going to go ahead and take out that second Zhang Xiao.
Yeah, Striker realizing that not going to close it out this turn, no matter what he's got available, and making sure that the board is clear in order to protect his own board for next turn.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And we are going to see a 4 of Spades come in here. So this cost is actually only going to be 1, and looks like we're going to go ahead and activate Noir. So we have to do the math.
4.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4 is definitely one of the more popular ways to get 10, I think. So that is 2 extra buff counters on Noir and a free activation of the 4 of Spades ability.
Yeah, and getting that free activation is really quite good as it draws a card of memory. So Striker threatening another 7 damage there.
Looks like 7 damage on the field if he decides to attack with the Impact Hammer, which I'm not sure whether or not Striker feels like he's in danger at the moment. He did spend the 2 of Spades in order to clear Zhang Zhao, and that's probably to protect his board rather than his life total. He's still got, 16 damage buffer right now, only 4 damage marked on his 20 health champion. But I would still be worried. The Searing Rebuke at the right point is a massive amount of damage, and you don't want to make Diao Chan's job any easier.
Yeah, here we are going to see a glimmering or a shimmering come out for 5 damage there. So yeah, like you said, the damage is actually really racking up quite quick on Striker, going up to 11.
And that's going to enable the staff, which is another 4 damage. We have 2 more damage out of the Fire Bloom Flourishes once we hit the Recollection phase. So 6 damage, another 2 out of the Fiery Sparks, 8 damage. We're almost there.
We are almost there. We see a Consumption Ring.
Consumption Ring. I love this card.
Yeah. Consumption ring. So this is the distortion of the tariff ring. So instead of affecting attacks, instead makes your opponent's non-ally cards cost 4 more to activate. So pretty cool. And Cheshire Cat actually can gains that ability and can become another consumption ring if needed.
Yeah, this consumption. I think this is the lethal turn. I think Porcelain has it. I don't know that I don't know the consumption ring comes out of the material deck otherwise here.
I agree. I agree.
This actually looks specifically like it's setting up for a Shimmering Refraction on the opponent's turn.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. We did get that 2 damage in there with the Fire Bloom Flourish, so we're going to see the staff go up. A Scorching Impairment coming out, so
Oh,
we
and
saw this
just raw
before.
Shimmering
There it
Refraction.
is. Yep.
Yeah, with the extra Scorching Impairment, that's enough. That's lethal. This is what, 6 damage on its own, and then the staff for another 4, and
Yep.
also the 2 sparks. Like, this is way overkill.
Yep. There we go. All right.
Wow.
Pretty convincing win by Porcelain there.
Yeah, that looked really good. I mean, Striker also had not that great a start, especially if you compare it to game 2. So not as much pressure on Porcelain as the game where Porcelain lost. And I think that definitely plays into it, right? It's sort of, if Striker's gonna make it move slowly, then it's Porcelain's game to win or lose as he chooses.
Yeah, absolutely. Not seeing that Arthur Red Hair, of course, incredibly strong combo. I think Striker was in the position where, the board was being built up, but it was already a little too late. I think that's the biggest thing there.
Yeah, the suited cards definitely have those bursty turns where you get 2 or 3 suited objects on the field at once, and you kind of really make the synergies work with the cardistry ability, and it feels really good. But if that only happens on turn 3 or 4, that's not enough pressure to get through a deck like this.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. So I want your opinion. We didn't see any of the terror cards. We didn't. I don't think we even saw Dutch level 2.
No.
So how are we feeling about the Terra being in there?
So this is very, very similar to the Chess Club Fire Diao-Chan deck that they were running in at Ascent Seattle. This sort of mid-rangey, not exactly fire aggro, but still aggressive fire, with Terra as kind of a buyout for if the game goes long, I have this extra value, I have these ways to deal additional damage, right? So if you go to level 3, you have access to the Scepter of Awakening, and Scepter of Awakening on the Spirit Shard turns it into a 4/4 ally, essentially just a 4/4 ally out of your material deck, which is really, really strong. So I think it's more about having a long game that some fire aggro decks don't. And I think this is sort of a response into a lot of the level 3 decks that are currently going around. Everybody's worried about the Spectre engine, everybody's worried about Ryle, everybody's worried about like Onsol and Merlin and Luxem. Like, you have to have a plan to deal with these decks that are just building up and then going over the top. So having your own ways to kind of build something up, go over the top, especially with the UD in the board, seems like a reasonable choice into this, in theory, top-heavy meta.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, right? If they're going to go ahead and build up, you might as well have a plan to also, be there at level 3 and be able to hang out.
Yeah, exactly.
They're getting value, and you're going to say, well, you know what? Actually, you've had all your value with Ryle and stuff. I'm going to go ahead and be this, sort of, I'm going to protect myself and bring out, these bigger allies like Lubu. And like you said, that Scepter of Awakening, that 4/4 ally out of nowhere is actually pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a really neat trick. I think it's a really cool setup for Diao-Chan.
Yeah. I think we did, of course, though, see the strength of suited, right? In that game too. The synergies, especially with that noir play, were just absolutely cool.
Yeah, I love being able to play with those synergies, with those, like, the abilities on the stack, and then doing something like that. That warms my combo player heart. But
Well, I'm
yeah, we
glad that
also see kind of the explosive power out of that deck.
Yeah, I'm glad we found you a heartwarming game for round 3.
Yes,
So.
perfect.
Let's see what else. we unfortunately didn't really see too much of uh the Mad Tea Party mattering a whole lot here, and or things like especially for Warrior, the Ray Slash, um, being able to sort of buff up our allies here, which I guess kind of funny. Shite Decor would have maybe vaguely done something there, but
Yeah,
you know
maybe. No,
another
I
day,
think Race Slash
another
would
day.
have been a great card for him to find, especially once he had kind of those bigger boards.
Mm,
But I think in game 1 and 3 at least, he was just a step too late to get that board presence. And the Mad Tea Party, unfortunately, his opponent wasn't really playing allies, so
yeah.
not a lot of additional sources of recovery there, and that kind of left him a little vulnerable to the spell heavy aggression from the Diachan.
Mm. I think another big thing is that being a Looking Glass deck and being able to bring out that Inert Sword, the Inert Sword being 2 power is so much better than it being 1. Being able
Yeah.
to take out the 3 of Hearts early with that Zheng Xiao, I think is that probably set up quite a bit of that game.
Yeah, I think so. You don't expect a spell heavy aggressive deck to have these ways to clear allies profitably, right? Most of
Mm.
the time you're looking at them as like, okay, they're going to throw a 3 damage spell at this ally, and that's 3 damage that's not coming to my face, and that's costing them a card. And now they're down on influence, and then it's going to be harder for them to find their kill line. And in this case, it was just stuff that he already had. It's like, okay, well, yeah, I'll throw it at the ally, and that'll prevent me from dying, and that gives me the extra time I need in order to kill you before you kill me. Like that worked out really, really well for him.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And if there was a Blazing Throw, it could have also been used. So yeah, I think that Inert Sword probably to me one of the most important cards that came out in those match.
I think so. Yeah, it definitely had an outsized effect, especially with the Cheshire Cat in game 1. That's such a strong synergy. It's such a very powerful card.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like you said, a 3/3 with stealth and spell shroud is nothing to
It's
sneeze at.
absurd.
And not only that, if you if we needed more consumption rings, guess what? We have an
Mhm.
extra consumption ring,
Yeah, right. We've
just
got a
on the
cat for
board.
that.
Yeah, absolutely. Uh, yeah, no, Cheshire Cat, awesome card. And yeah, we really saw the power of this Fire Dutchin here.
Yeah, Fire Dachan really made it work. I'm a little surprised and honestly impressed. I think it's good. Suited. I feel like Suited has been kind of quietly one of the better decks that you can choose. I don't know if it's really necessarily top tier, but like in that sort of one tier 2, tier 1.5 maybe. Like it seems like a strong aggressive deck, and as we saw in game 2, has some really really bursty turns. So I'm impressed that Diachan was able to hold that off and get her aggression going. It seemed like game 1 and 3 went really well for Diachan as well. So I think it was good.
Mhm. Yeah, I think the big thing there, of course, clearing the board, right? Every suited ally that
Absolutely.
you take care of is another suited ally you don't have to worry about. We did not see the queen come out or any of that stuff. So, yeah, a very clean game for Dao Chen, 1 and 3.
Absolutely.
All right.
Well, I
Looks
think we
like
have what, another 6, 8
10
minutes
minutes.
in regulation, something like that. More?
I think
10?
I think a
Sure, I'll
little
believe
more,
it.
about 10, yeah.
Okay. Well, I think on that note, with this matchup wrapped up, I think we'll go to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll be moving into round 4 of the Webcam Weekly. So stick around. I'm sure we'll have some really good matches for you. And thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. Bye.
Welcome back to the Yeti Webcam Weekly. I am Jim the Eternal, and with me for round 4 is Clem. How you doing, Clem?
I'm doing alright. Doing alright. Had a nice little break there where I could stretch my legs, but this is your third round in a row. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm so pumped. I am living entirely on vibes. I'm gonna keep going until there's no more Grand Archive.
There is always gonna be more Grand Archive, Jim. You should know that by now.
That's the hope. Although maybe not by having all of the matches go to time. Maybe that's not the best way to have more Grand Archive.
Well,
Um,
you never know. You never know. It never hurts to have more of the same all the time. Playing. That's
sure.
why we have seasons. It's a season
That's
of all the same.
accurate. Yeah. We need variety, especially if that variety is all the same.
Exactly.
Perfect. Well, I'm glad we had this discussion. So we're going into round 4 here, and we've got I think we have a returning player. We have Porcelain, which we just saw on Fire Diachan. And they're going to be playing against Neoniclax, who is running Fragmented Fire Merlin. How do you feel about these decks, Clem?
um, Fire Neon-chan. I really hope that with it being Merlin, we'll see more of the Terra side of Porcelain's deck. I really want to see how Lubu fits into the picture. I personally like the deck. I like aggro decks in general, though. So the more low to the ground end of the deck, I love it. The other part, I'm really looking forward to seeing it in action finally, because I feel like every time we see it on stream, the game ends before you can get to Terra, really.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, I think that
hopefully,
is a lot of the point of the deck, right? It has a lot of aggression packed in there, and then, it has the ability to go late into the Terra options if the opponent is surviving that early aggression, which, not a lot of people do.
yeah, you're absolutely right about that. And then Merlin is Merlin. Same old, same old. All that I got is Ryle, really, which is just even more value for a deck that's all value.
Yeah, if they go to 3 quick enough, then they probably will actually outpace that aggression engine from the Diaochan, so maybe we will see some of the later game options. Maybe we'll see some of that Terra come out.
Hopefully, see we shall. Especially that playmat. I would love to see some UDs, It would be
There is
amazing.
there is actually a UD in the sideboard. I'm not sure if it'll come out, but it's possible.
Maybe not right now, not in this matchup, but it's wonderful. And Porcelain already started the game with the fragmented Spirit of Fire here, glimpsing two to the bottom, keeping 4 in hand.
Mhm.
Off to a pretty good start. And this isn't that what you want to see as like a good hand, or would you rather go through more of your deck?
Oh, no. You wanna have the good cards immediately. You don't wanna have to hope to draw the good cards. You wanna have the good cards in hand. And I think what Porcelain's been digging for is probably the same thing that we've been seeing each match, kind of game in, game out. Yeah, we're seeing this fractal, a fractal of sparks, I think would be nice, or an early Firebloom Flourish. I think he's mostly looking for these fantasias that he can get out early on in order to start ramping up, start building up that pseudo influence, and start, activating Firebloom Flourish as early as possible.
Yeah, and we'll see if it pays off. It is very interesting. If you're Porcelain, would you be like, oh my god, someone's also playing the similar kind of deck to me, seeing Fragmented Spirit, or be like, oh no, it's Looking Glass, it's over.
I think as Porcelain, you are not expecting anybody to play your deck. I think you are
Fair?
expecting to be the only one running Diachan here. I don't know what Porcelain is thinking going into this though. Like seeing this initial start exactly the same as his own, that's kind of scary.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because if you're Merlin, I feel like if you're playing Merlin, you kind of expect everyone to be on the same like strategy as you and everyone being
Mm,
Merlin, because it is. I feel like it is the best fragmented spirit deck right now.
sure.
Or yeah, no, I think it's hands down. It always will be because of the level 2 level counter floating memory eating
Mm.
2 in 1 little combo. So now Clax probably is more like, oh, same thing, same thing. It's gonna be a fun mirror match.
Yeah, right? No, now Porcelain has the Diao Chen out, so the gig is up.
Yeah, yeah. So it's up. They played the Reckoning's Wake to look at mm, the top 3 cards for it. Is the Looking Glass a distortion object? I always
Looking Glass
forget.
is a
It's
distortion object. Yep, you're
so
absolutely getting those 4 cards from Reckoning's Wake without anything else on the board.
and the free floating memory. It is amazing. There's a Chamber of Reflections coming out.
So this is a card that we didn't see out of Porcelain's deck last match. But Chamber of Reflections is pretty interesting here. He has the option to go get one of 2 things. There is a Gloamspire in the deck, and that is almost assuredly the first thing he's going to go for. Gloamspire, obviously very, very good when you have low influence and your opponent doesn't. And of course, into a Ryle deck, you are going to have far lower influence than your opponent.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely.
the other option that he has for domains that he can go search up is Changban Heroic Impasse, which not a card you see very often for sure,
Absolutely.
but does allow him to potentially get some extra value out of the Zhangjiaos or Cheshire Cats that he's got floating around in his deck.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But I don't think you're right that it's gonna be a Gloamspire most likely. Especially considering that he doesn't have a Zhang Jiao or an efficient way to get the Zhang Jiao out yet. And Cheshire Cat also requires an extra turn from him to get a weapon out to get the value off of that.
This
There's
is
so
this
many
is
Riles.
dang.
It's kind of crazy on Neoniclax's side. He played, in the meanwhile, we were talking about Chamber of Reflections. He did play a Ryle, discarding a Liminal Guide and that Evercurrent Raider. Leveling up from the Evercurrent Raider, getting the Liminal Guide back, drawing a card. I believe he played another Ryle.
Yeah, I saw the other aisle going down in his recollection. This is exactly the kind of thing you expect out of these Spectre decks. Just leveling up just pluses you, right? You only go up, you never go down.
Yeah, that Ryle is replaced. Technically it's up 3 cards now because it drew an additional 2, and both of those cards in a way provided card advantage with floating memory and Liminal Guide just directly drawing a card.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Every card you discard with Ryle is +1 once you take advantage of it. It's very powerful engine.
Yeah. Oh my god, the
Ooh.
Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, this is what you do. So you go to level 1 immediately. Dungeon Guide takes you to level 2 also immediately. And this is specifically to prevent your opponent from doing the same thing that you're doing. Because now you're on Merlin level 2, you have the ability to destroy their floating memory. You can eat their floating memory from their graveyard. They can't go up profitably the way that you just did.
Yeah, you're so right. Like, no matter what happens, and even if they have, yeah, even if it's not floating memory and you don't get as much value out of it, you are definitely in the driver's seat in this matchup right now because your opponent can't really do anything to gain enough advantage where discarding cards would be valuable to them.
Mhm.
Merlin is still just as powerful as when it originally came out.
Yeah, even more so now with the Spectre engine.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Like everything that's not your end game plan is just so much more valuable now. Like I don't even think that Neoniclax plays any ghost. Or am I? Oh no, there it is. It's just I'm not. It's out of order, so I didn't see the
Yeah.
ghost. I was like, is it just generating so much value that the ghost is not relevant anymore? But no, it is there next to
Mhm.
3 Incarnate Majesties.
Yeah, but like down to 2 hasty messengers,
Yeah.
no flame rune swordsman, right? Like all of the cards are you relying on the Spectre engine in order to keep you moving and get you up to level 3 quicker. And it's just so powerful. It just greases the wheels so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And then all of the lower end cards that even back then weren't as amazing have been replaced by just absolute value. It's kind of crazy to see the shifting of the Merlin decks in general as well. How it's even more value now than it was before.
Yeah, that's wild. Well, as predicted, the Gloamspire is now out on the field, gaining value for Porcelain and no value for Neoniclax. Neoniclax has a million cards in his hand.
I believe he did get the
Oh, did he
one
really?
card off of it. Yeah. I saw him draw into memory, and there's no other thing on the field that would let him. But I
Oh
don't. I
yeah,
don't.
after the dungeon guide, I think you're right. The
Yeah.
dungeon guide probably put him low enough that he's able to get a card out of it.
But I think this is the only time we'll see him draw off of the Gloamspire. I highly doubt it is going to be a regular occurrence here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what Neoniclax's level 3 turn looks like. I think that's going to also potentially make a big deal or be a big deal. In the meantime, not gaining any health out of this, but this fast cure is another source of floating memory since Porcelain declined to provide floating memory for Merlin Memory Thief.
But at this point, you can very comfortably predict that he is going to level up here. 3 cards in memory, using that floating to... Oh, I have 4 cards in memory. I apologize. And then using the floating to get the level counter. I think it very clearly indicates that, yep, I am leveling up and no matter what. I need the card draw. I need to cycle through my deck.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That extra level counter, of course, immediately parlaying itself into an extra card for Merlin. Merlin's ability to draw a card every other turn can get kickstarted if you start your leveling up a little bit early.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
being low on cards here, this is interesting. You don't usually see a Ryle deck this low on cards. I think the Merlin player is now down to what, 4 or 5 cards in hand? So maybe this is a deliberate choice on his part in order to take advantage of the Gloamspire, but more likely this is just, wants to go turbo as fast as possible and has enough gas in hand that he feels like it's worthwhile.
Yeah, very, very likely. And then but I feel like even so, like they should, I think, assume their influence is 6. Never mind, their influence is going to be more than Gloamspire. They did have the Ghost of Pendragon, which is exactly what you want to see. I don't think you would want to hinder your own game plan and stop yourself from starting to deal damage, but for Gloamspire extra draw.
So Neoniclax now taking the extra damage, or dealing the extra damage from the allies he has on board. For a couple of turns, he refrained from attacking with the Dungeon Guide and the Liminal Guide. I think not wanting to give Porcelain the opportunity to recover. I'm not exactly sure why he would deliberately hold back, but it was very much a deliberate, like, he went to attack and then stopped himself and then held the Dungeon Guide back.
It was a curious choice, but I cannot figure out based on the deck list what exactly had him holding back. But now he is starting to push damage. Took that Fluffy Shopkeep out because I feel like in this deck and in every Crux deck, the Fluffy Shopkeep is just as good as anything else. And it's just a free card draw because with Ascension you can get any Sword Regalia back from your banishment as well. So
Mhm.
you're
Yeah,
not too
absolutely.
worried about losing all of those because you're not losing them.
Yeah, a Prismatic Ascension is,
Yeah.
Prismatic Edge, along with the Ascension, is just an incredible engine. On top of other incredible engines, this deck is just nothing but engines, isn't it?
Yeah, and when you think about how the Evercurrent Raider plays into their game plan of having a water card for the Prismatic Edge for the guaranteed card draw, you see that Ryle was made for a Prismatic Edge. In the meantime, personally, they bring out the Consumption Ring, which is the corrupted version of Terrafring, which it says until end of turn, non-ally cards your opponents activate cost 4 more. And like Terrafring, you can only activate it during an opponent's recollection. So it's going to be really, really good for Porcelain to stop that Incarnate Majesty for coming out. Although it's not impossible for Merlin to raise the efficiency so high that even that is not too cumbersome for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the consumption ring, I feel like the spells that Porcelain is worried about out of Neoniclax's deck, right? He's probably worried
Yeah.
about Fireball. Every Merlin worth his salt wants to Fireball for 7 or 8. But also the prismatic that we were talking, the Ascension that we were talking about, Spirit Blade Ascension. And as you mentioned, Incarnate Majesty. All very, very powerful spells.
Yeah, he's fairly worried about all of them. You're right. I forgot. But I feel like the only issue in this case with Ascension for the ring is that it's fast speed, and it only costs 1. So the
Mhm.
Neoniclax can easily just respond to the banishment of the consumption ring and just Ascension their sword a couple of times.
Yeah, pretty easy to dodge the consumption ring if Ascension is Neoniclax's game plan, and he probably wants to ascend a few times here, given the opportunity.
It's yeah, even if he doesn't get the card draw off, getting the 3 guaranteed damage from every single Ascension for just 1 cost is incredibly powerful. And there goes the consumption ring being banished. So we might just see Neoniclax going and attacking as much as he can, pushing that damage through.
Mhm. We did see the Looking Glass come back out of their material deck, so we might see another Ghost of Pendragon here, since playing allies is not taxed by the consumption ring. But
Yep.
otherwise, and yeah, it looks like he's just passing the turn.
But I think it is very relevant in this deck, like you mentioned, that allies are possible, and he can play Ghost of Pendragon, which is still 3 damage and a lot of value. So it's not too cumbersome for the game plan. Not too doesn't hinder them too much. Oh, that is what you were saying. The feared fireball for 7.
Pretty big hit,
Yep. Yep.
and
And
that's lethal.
under it is exactly. Oh, exactly. It is over lethal. Very painful for porcelain here. So you were right. The consumption ring was really, really good stopping the fireball, but fireball unfortunately is also a
It's
fast
true.
spell.
It's true.
So it's
Uh,
it's
I
it's
feel like Porcelain might have been better served going up to level 2 there instead of bringing out the consumption ring, but I'm not sure if they had the cards for it.
yeah, it's a very tough trying to balance leveling up and keeping your influence high enough and trying to find the answers in I think in this specific matchup because Merlin just has so many answers and generates so much value that you need to be faster than them most of the time. That's the end. That's the real answer. Which
Yeah, and in this case, Merlin was plenty fast, right? You saw that
yeah,
dungeon guide up to level 2, immediately going to level 3 on their second materialize. Just very, very supercharged, right, by the Ryle package, and moving forward at just tremendous speed.
yeah, you're absolutely right. But maybe next game, Porcelain can slow Neoniclax down with some of these sideboard cards. Would you like to take a quick look at them because we can see Porcelain putting in a lot of cards here.
Yeah, I think Resolute Stand probably doesn't come in, although those ghosts are pretty painful to deal with. But a Crystallized Destiny easily comes in, right? You definitely want to be able to do something about those massive fireball hits. And I wouldn't be too surprised if Poisonous Apple comes in, although that's a little dangerous to play against Merlin because it does give them the opportunity to send it back with the ghosts.
Yeah, it is spooky, but I feel like that is like you're absolutely right, and that is most likely what'll come in because he's also short on cards, so Resolution's alternate cost is not really viable, and keeping up 3 every turn in such an aggressive deck might be a bit too slow.
Yeah, yeah. I think I mean this game we didn't see any Fractalist Sparks out of Porcelain, which is kind of what he would have needed in order to enable his Searing Rebukes. So we didn't see a whole lot of damage, and Neoniclax was very, very quickly at, the 28 health champion, Merlin 3. So the aggressive cards out of Porcelain kind of didn't quite get there. And Porcelain didn't really try to turn it into a much longer game, right? Just staying at level 1 and hoping to draw into something more aggressive, but the fireball put paid to that.
Yeah, that's the thing about you. You actually saw Merlin only needed 2 turns on level 3 to start fireballing for 7. So it's not something that you can really do anything about if you're just too slow or don't draw the cards, which is very unfortunate in this case.
Mhm. Yeah, that's definitely one thing that Merlin has going for it, especially with the Ryle engine, with the Spectre engine, is there's a lot of consistency there. You're churning through a lot of cards, so you're gonna see most of the things that are important to you. Whereas I feel like Porcelain drew a lot of cards, especially with that Gloamspire active, but didn't end up finding the things that they needed in order to turn their start into something more aggressive.
Yeah, they only really helped Neoniclax find what he needed with that Gloamspire, I feel like, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that might be true.
Oh,
Um,
only keeping 3 cards on for Neoniclax, drawing another 3, and then 1 for a turn for 7 in hand. Porcelain's start this game was the exact same as last game.
Yeah, seeing the Fractal of Mana, I think he would have preferred to have a Fractal of Sparks there. I think in general, the Diao deck wants to have the source of damage more than they want to have something like the Empower one.
Yeah, it's a very tough thing, but I feel like it's still better than not having anything, because
Mm.
it's even if it didn't have Empower 1, it's a reservable Fractal, so you just have a permanent resource on your board that you cannot really lose, or you won't really lose.
Absolutely. And the fractals are a core part of Porcelain's strategy. Having the fractals out on the board is influence that isn't in your hand, right? Influence that isn't in your actual influence count, which makes Firebloom Flourish that much better, which makes Gloamspire that much better. So it gives you a lot of opportunities to play with these cards that reward you for having low influence, while still being able to use the pseudo influence, the fractals, to play more cards than you might otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see another Fractal immediately coming out from Porcelain as well. Like you said, being a very important part of the game plan. Ooh, there's a Firebloom Flourish as well. So, yeah, its influence is incredibly low. But
Right?
he does have 3 fractals on board, which is very scary. Plus, well,
Yeah.
the Spirit Shard, I believe, is also a fractal, so
The Spirit Shard is a
this
Fantasia. Alas, it
Fantasia.
is not reservable. That
That
would
is true.
be
It does draw a card though.
incredible. Incredible. Yeah, it's true. It does draw you a card once you hit level 3.
Yeah, which is important. Could be very important if maybe Porcelain this time will focus more on leveling up to get their life total high enough where a single fireball isn't lethal.
In the
So,
meantime, we are moving forward with this liminal guide and a level 1 out of Neoniclax.
yeah, that's he's been getting exactly what he wants with the liminal guide there. There is the Undying Dreams in the graveyard too.
Oh,
So
fascinating. This is such an aggressive move here. Playing the Undying Dreams on the Liminal Guide. I
yeah.
guess he didn't find anything else. He didn't find the, maybe he drew it off of the Liminal Guide, so he didn't have the ability to discard it to the Ryle. Um, but yeah, that is an extra 2 points of
To
damage, probably
them,
more
yeah.
going down the road, right? With the buff and the +1 the temporary +1/+1 this turn.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. The Undying Dreams is exactly what he wanted to see after the liminal guide coming back. Ooh, that graveyard is looking very full, and Evercurrent Raider coming out as well. 2 floating now in graveyard, so he can very comfortably go up to Merlin level 2, or even just using one of them to guarantee his his level counter next turn.
Yeah, and that's a play you see out of Merlin's a lot, right? Having 2 floating
Yep.
memory and yard, but still using one of their a card out of their hand to make sure that they have the ability to activate Merlin level 2.
Yeah, because the sacrifice you make will pay off by immediately drawing a card once you level up to level 3. So you're
Yeah.
basically just banking that one card you banished from your memory until you're level 3, like the Spirit Fragment. Or Spirit right there. From the Fragmented Spirit.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. It's the apple.
Oh, it's your favorite. That's I'm curious if Neoniclax will realize that he can Pendragon it back, because it's not
Yeah.
on the field in front of him, and he might
Mhm.
just be like, okay, this and this is what I'm going to do. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that, and also how Porcelain will get it to pay off, because it's a very good defensive card against Merlin specifically, because they have to eat their own floating. But last game, Neoniclax didn't even touch Porcelain's graveyard because there wasn't anything there. And even right now, there isn't much there
Mhm.
in terms of floating memory.
Yeah, no,
So
this is just to punish Neoniclax using his own float, right? Anytime a float gets banished from Neoniclax's graveyard, it will deal 2
true.
unpreventable damage
Yeah.
to Neoniclax.
It's
So
the wording got me
yeah,
confused.
it's a little
But all
confusing, right?
use yeah.
Especially because you have to give it to your opponent, so it's your opponent reading it as if it's their card.
Yeah, it got me in a twist, because I'm so used to things saying like, when it was saying you, it's just refers to the owner of the card, not the controller of the card. I
Right,
haven't played
right.
Excalibur in a long, long time. The
Well, he
cursed
definitely
sword.
got his value out of this poisonous apple,
Yeah.
right? 2 floating memory out of the yard, which means 4 damage dealt to Neoniclax. Porcelain is already running the Everflame staff, so getting 4 damage out of a Materialize is exactly what he's looking for. And this even has the potential to do more damage if more floating memory disappears for, any possible reason.
Yeah, yeah, and Porcelain is already in a spot. Ooh, is that a Searing Rebuke?
That looks like a Searing Rebuke in response to the Hasty Messenger coming
Oh,
in.
that's not what Neoniclax wants to see here at all. There's Dungeon Guide forcing him. He has to level up, or else he is on the verge of death here. And unfortunately, there is no floating. Actually, there might be one floating in his graveyard to banish in response to Dungeon Guide, but I don't think it'll be worth the 2 damage for Neoniclax, which
Yeah,
seems he
I think you're
does feel
right.
the same way. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think he wants to risk that extra damage. Yeah, and he's probably not going to be trying to break the remaining pieces of the Searing Rebuke shield this turn either. We'll probably see Neoniclax sit back.
Yeah, it's not the damage he gets back from the Searing Rebuke is not worth the 2 damage that he could be pushing this turn. So it's definitely the more safe choice, the safer choice to hold everything back and just to wait until until the Searing Rebuke has passed.
Mhm. Well, this is a very different dynamic for this game
Yeah.
compared to game 1, right? Neoniclax went to Merlin 3 and immediately pushed in damage. We saw the ghost come out, we saw the attack with the inert sword. So Porcelain was sitting at, 10 damage, 12 damage after that first level 3 turn.
Yep.
And now we have the opposite. Porcelain, after this fast cure, is now sitting at 0 damage marked on their champion, while Neoniclax is sitting at 14 out of their 28. So Porcelain feels like they're really making it work a lot better this game than they did in the first.
Yeah. The Neoniclax just needs a Pendragon for their board to start dealing 6-7 damage each turn, which is not bad
Yeah,
to say the
man.
least. Ooh, Cheshire Cat coming out for Porcelain, hitting for 3 because there is an inert sword on Porcelain side as well.
Yep. I think we talked about this when the Cheshire Cat first came down in a previous game, but a 3/3 Spell Shroud Stealth for 3
Pretty
reserve is
good.
a completely fair card.
Yeah, it's very fair and balanced. I mean, to be
Absolutely.
fair, the requirement is to play Looking Glass and then play Inert Sword and then play Cheshire Cat.
Mm.
But it
But
is
it's
also
funnier
not
if
too
you ignore the
hard.
setup, right?
Yeah. And it's very fun to play on your side as well. It's like, oh, I have this cat, and it basically is attacking with every single sword you have out
I know, right? It's
without
so
using their
good.
durability. Yep.
Warrior decks
Oh,
wish they had it this good.
exactly. Warrior decks couldn't do that. Neonic decks almost raw materializing a a prismatic edge there, but in the end choosing not to spend any memory on it, so just bringing out the Sword of Seeking here.
Love that new art on the Sword of Seeking. A lot of the new cards, a lot of the old cards rather, got distortion versions of themselves. But just to make sure that everybody gets the joke, they also printed new versions of those same cards. So the Sword of Shadow requires that Sword of Seeking be in this new set. And I love the Wonderland treatment on all of these new cards. They're very cool.
Yeah, it gives. I figure also you can compare how much the the gravitas of Grand Archive has changed, because you look at the first Sword of Seeking and it's very nostalgic and very sweet, but it doesn't have the same sort of effect on you as this Sword of Seeking does. It's just a sword, but it doesn't have like the eye motif, or you don't see why it has true sight. On this one, you can there it tells a story in itself, I think.
Yeah, it really does. The sort of combination of compass and eye for the sort of Seeking and True Side. It's good. It's really good. It like you said, it tells a story, and I think that's great.
Yeah, and we're talking about the 7 possible damage earlier. Neoniclax, in the meantime, hitting for 4 with the Hasty Messenger, Dungeon Guy, Liminal Guy combo, discarding a Ghost of Pendragon, I believe.
Yeah, it does look like he discarded a Ghost of Pendragon. Had another in hand though. And
Yeah,
just as you thought, we sent back the Looking Glass. The poisonous apple's still on the field.
yeah, Poisonous Apple, forgotten. Yeah, it's definitely not as easy to remember on webcam as it is in person.
Yeah, absolutely.
Um, but the in case you are not familiar, that Ghost of Pendragon is not really gone, because the Crocosite can bring it back anytime by paying 2 extra reserve.
Well,
Ooh,
really piling on the
fireball!
damage here.
That
Oh,
was
and the
crazy.
fireball.
All right.
That was
So
that was
there's
that
a
was zero to
fast game.
lethal in one turn.
Yep, it was 0 damage, and I do believe. Well, wait, didn't they have 5-ish damage counters already?
I
Because
wow, I we were talking about sort of Seeking, and those damage counters really started to pile up.
yeah.
There was the 5 damage allies on the field, and then the Ghost of Pendragon came out for another 3, and then the fireball hit for, at that point, what, 6, I think.
Yeah, and then they
Um,
had the sort of the inert sword as well for another 2.
mhm.
It went out of hand very fast.
Wow, you expect Merlin to be bursty, but I'm not expecting Merlin to be that bursty. That's kind of impressive.
It's least of all that quickly, because
Yeah.
like obviously it's a strong deck. Crux is a very strong element, but there was nothing really that big on board. There wasn't that many level counters on Merlin, but she still just from 0 to hero popped off and took both games actually. Like the first game was also very similar in terms of it didn't look like much
Mhm.
until Fireball for 7.
Yeah, I Merlin's level 3 turns have been really strong. This game, Merlin's the turn that they went to level 3, not quite as strong. It didn't seem like they had nearly as much damage potential, but they almost immediately turned it into uh, a ridiculous lethal line. Honestly, so much damage came out that time. It was very impressive. And the whole time, their poor Gauchan player not able to convert, right? Like, they got so much damage onto Merlin and still wasn't even able to crack the 20s. Down, stuck at the, what, 18, 19 actually damage counters marked on Merlin? Just not enough to get there.
Yeah, that was actually crazy. And we're talking about how Merlin has changed, Merlin's value. It seems Merlin is still the same, still just as annoying. The dual classes still is insanely strong. And
Yep.
we are just we're all left sitting here looking at our hands as like, so now what? I was just playing the game as I thought we would have some more fun. I guess not. 30
Yeah.
minutes and game over.
That isn't that always the Merlin story though? Like you think you have more time, you think you're doing all right, and then suddenly you have a lot less health than you expected, and Merlin's like, "All right, game 2,
Yep. Or like next round, see you.
next round."
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
curious of how this will change in the next set because it's been teased that Merlin is going to be coming in PTM, and she's on Excalibur. I think it's been confirmed. I'm not sure if we're all just collectively speculating it.
I think it's all cope. I think it's all cope.
You
No,
want we want
I
to
think
believe.
I think that Merlin is actually explicit in some of the lore that we're seeing in DTR. However, the question is whether there's going to be more Merlin support or just more Crux support. Because my expectation is that we're going to see an Alice Reco deck when Phantom
Yeah,
Menace
yeah.
comes out,
But
and
all of them so
or
far have
Monarch,
been
Phantom
in
Monarch. Sorry,
twos. You're a bit too Star Wars built, sir.
got to beat that out of my head. But my expectation is that Alice will be another Crux champion.
That would be interesting.
That's
And
my
then
call.
we could get, because so far recollection decks have always come in twos, like starter decks, so you can play them against each other. So it would make sense if there wasn't like a Merlin as well. But if Merlin wasn't Crux, because I think it would be a lot cooler if we got a non-Crux Merlin, because Crux is still, I think, one of the most powerful advanced elements. Like, it hasn't gotten support. The Rune Blade has been its biggest new card in since the game came out, I think.
Mhm.
Or like since Fracture Crown came out 2 years ago. And it still holds up so well. Like, this deck didn't even play Rune Blade. It played everything else. It played non-Crux cards, and the Crux cards on their own are just so good that they really help the deck pop off and be incredible. So I hope we get non-Crux Merlin, so we're not kind of forced into the Pendragon thing even more. And then Crux Alice, like you said, that would be very cool.
Yeah, I mean, pure speculation on my part, right? Like, I have no idea what's going to come out in Phantom Monarch, but my expectation is that Alice is going to be possessed by Merlin, and that's going to be what
Same
makes her Crux.
Mm-hmm.
And the other Reco deck is going to be like a Red Queen or something very very Wonderland
True.
coded.
And that would make sense of like this very strong duality. I think a cool idea would be something like, because this is a motif in some games and some things of like the evil Alice and the good Alice, and then the possessed Alice fighting against herself. That would be a really really cool theme to have in the
It'd be
recollection
really
decks
cool.
as
Oh
well.
my god, that would be so cool. You should work for Weebs. This is the best idea.
That would be amazing if like two Alices and then they're just complete opposites of each other. That'd be fun. Then in any case, I'm really excited for it. And I'm before that even though I'm really excited for Boston this weekend. Are you gonna be there, Jim?
Yeah. I'm not gonna be there. I am definitely looking forward
Darn
to
it.
paying attention on the sidelines. I'm kind of a data fiend, so I'm gonna be checking the Fractal of Insight results the moment they are available. Um, and I'm gonna be putting together, my own my own list of takeaways from what we're seeing on Boston.
Good. I mean, in fact, that's the best you can do. You can also always watch the stream to support the events as well, because there's so many events that most likely there's gonna be one near you sometime, no matter where you are really in the world nowadays. Because we're getting one in the UK, we're getting one in Taiwan in 2 weeks after Boston, so very soon. There's gonna be one in Niagara. There's gonna be one in Japan, all over the world. So even if you
Yeah, it's a
can't
really
visit,
exciting time to be a Grand
yeah,
Archive fan.
it's crazy. And we're at the point where even in North America, we're gonna be going back to Vegas again next year, right after, like, 2 years after Worlds. The first Worlds, rather, not like the, because when I say Worlds, I still think about 2024.
Sure. Understandable.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and but Auckland is happening for, I think it is the
Oh, that's
first
right. Yep.
third
This is
ascent. Yeah. Because
Something like that.
Taiwan's the second Taiwan ascent. Auckland, I'm pretty sure it is the third one. And then and then Taiwan had the Nats as well. So
Yes, and the Quicksilver Cup
three
just this past
majors
weekend or the
and
weekend
Quicksilver
before.
Cup in down. Also, I know it was probably better than Auckland.
I think that
So
was an actual Auckland, yeah.
yeah, so there's a lot of big events that in Grand Archive is like getting established on where some of the like more permanent or expected locations can be for major events. So
Mm.
I think it also makes it easier to plan if there's like, oh, there's gonna be an event next year and like this time in New Zealand or in my region. We're getting to the point where you can expect of like where it's really gonna be. And there's gonna be Worlds next year in Singapore as well, returning after Ascend Singapore. So it's gonna be really fun, but Boston, huh? Boston first. Let's not go so far ahead.
Yeah, Boston first. I'm actually expecting some good things out of Boston. I think like people have already been cooking a lot in this particular meta. There's been some very cool new decks, some cool new archetypes. People working with CL, people working with Diana. My expectation is that we will see even more new stuff out of Boston. I think people are playing. I think people are keeping the real spice close to their chest, and I am fully expecting to see archetypes that people haven't even touched yet
Yeah.
show up at Boston and day 2 or even top 8.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you because everybody like if you look through the deck list or like the card list, you could see Ryle is going to be big. But I think that's why people immediately started building against Ryle, and I'm looking forward to what that is exactly going to be.
A lot of options. I think the meta
Yeah.
is still pretty wide open.
Yeah, and that's the good part of the game growing as well. We see a lot more variants, or a lot more people being like, yeah, sure, this may be the meta, but I really like this deck, and then playing their pet decks and then focusing on it. Like, we saw Neutral End. He's been playing Water Diana for so long, and he's been brewing and working on it. And I think that's the wonderful part of like, as time goes on as well, there's just gonna be some experts in specific archetypes that can just make it work all the time.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, skill is so important in Grand Archive too, right? Like you, I think the joke my friend said was, if you give me the best deck in the world, I will play at a middling level. But if you give Lift Drizzle a ham sandwich, he'll still beat anybody. And it's
Yep. So true. He is so good at the game. I really miss seeing him on streams, man. It was fun times. I believe he is not going to be playing in
no, he's going to be
Boston,
judging at Boston.
unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, that's just as wonderful. He's giving a chance to other people to show up.
Yeah, how magnanimous of him to go judging at Boston instead of playing.
Yeah, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too.
Do you have any closing words, Jim? It was wonderful seeing you, but
Yeah, wonderful seeing you as well. Wonderful seeing everybody in chat here as well. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for hanging out with us. I very much appreciate having, more people around while I yap about Grand Archive. So I had a great time, and thank you all for inviting me.
thank you for coming on. I know it's very pretty late, so we might just we might end the stream. Congratulations to Neonic Clax for going 4-0 at this Yetis. That was a very,
Quality
very
Merlin.
quick 4-0. Yeah. Congratulations to Merlin to doing what she always does, taking events home.
Quick
If
4-0, extremely Merlin
quick
coded
4-0,
results.
yo. It's like it's almost as if we're seeing Fire Xander. But yeah, congratulations, and hope everybody who was watching the stream enjoyed it. Thank you so much to Brightwing and Andy for hosting these Yeti Online events every single week. If you're interested, if you fell in love with any of these decks and just want to practice without any stakes, these Yeti Online events are free every single Thursday at I believe 6:30 Central, 7:30 Central. My time zones are not the best. 7:30 Central on the Yeti server. There's a link down below for it. Don't forget to subscribe and like this stream if you enjoyed us yapping and watching these wonderful Grand Archive streams. Thank you to our producer, as always, for listening and helping us out and running the stream and chatting with all of you guys in chat. Hope he entertains you as much as we do, to get double the fun. And if anyone remembers, last week we mentioned a podcast about talking about Yeti online metagame. That is going to be coming out and coming to you next week on Tuesday after Ascend Boston. So keep a lookout on it for it. Subscribe to get notifications for it. It is going to be on this channel. And yeah, thank you all for watching. Thank you, Jim, for joining us. Thank you, Perfect
pleasure.
Calcium, as well. It was wonderful having you guys. And sleep well, play more Grand Archive, and may your draws be blessed, guys.